Well, hello everyone. My name is Swamp. Turn up that nice royalty-free music there. I added something new to the living room background to make it a little bit more like my actual living room. Got a nice gun back there. With some nice underbarrel attachments. It was the best looking graphic I could find, and I went with it. Oh, the rain's starting to come down again. It might end up coming through the mic at some point, since that's happened a few times here. It gets ridiculously loud in this studio space. Oh, there it goes. Let me turn down the music. Well, I think if I noise gate it, oh no, it's getting louder again. Well, with some music and noise gate, maybe we'll be able to. Maybe it won't be too bad. I just hope that the power doesn't go out. I should have known. This is what always happens. You know, move the threshold up a little bit. Maybe it'll cut out some of the rain noise. Okay. First of all, switch to live chat. I just had to switch to live chat. I always miss stuff because I forget to change to the live chat. YouTube likes to block the people it doesn't like. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what we are doing tonight is we're cracking some beers. And we're going to watch some hearings that you probably would never have watched otherwise. We're going to try to get through this. We're going to see. We're going to see how just god awful it is. I'm sure it's going to be good.
In the run-up to the 2020 presidential election, FBI Special Agent Elvis Chan, in his deposition in Missouri versus Biden, said that he repeatedly informed Twitter and other social media platforms of the likelihood of a hack and leak operation in the run-up to that presidential election. He did it even though there was no evidence. In fact, he said in his deposition that we hadn't seen anything, no intrusions, no hack. Yet he repeatedly told him something was coming. Yoel Roth, head of trust and safety at Twitter, testified.
I've seen some clips from
regular
this
meetings
that seemed like it was kind of
with
interesting.
The Office of the Director of
We'll see.
Intelligence,
It might not be as interesting as
the FBI and other
Day of Racial Healing
security
that
during
we
these
watched a
weekly
while
meetings.
back.
Federal law enforcement agencies communicated that they expected a hack and leak operation. The expectations of a hack and leak operation were discussed throughout 2020, and he was told they would occur in a period shortly before the 2020 presidential election, likely in October. And finally, he said, I also learned in these meetings that there were rumors that a hack and leak operation would involve Hunter Biden. So, what did the government tell him? A hack and leak operation was coming. How often did the government tell him this? Repeatedly for a year. When did the government say it was going to happen? October of 2020.
You know, you would think
the
that
government say it would
based on the name of this, you would
Hunter
think that there would be some interesting stuff.
Government had no evidence.
Weaponization
No
of the
evidence
federal
hack and leak,
government
yet for a
subcommittee
year they tell
holds hearing on Twitter
that
files.
A hack and leak is coming. It's coming in October, and it will involve Hunter Biden.
You would hope, at least.
No evidence, but the FBI knows what's going to happen, when it's going to happen, and who it's going to involve.
Sure.
That's amazing. That is amazing to me. Maybe they get the time right. We're kind of used to October surprises every 4 years. So maybe they get the time right, but they got the time, they got the method, and they got the person. That's amazing. It's almost like these guys were clairvoyant. How did they know? How did they know? Maybe it's because they had the
How could
laptop,
they have known?
and they had had it for a year. They had the laptop. They knew it wasn't hacked, but that's not what they told Twitter. They didn't tell Twitter that information, and Twitter believed, frankly, everything they said. In those weekly meetings, the FBI had built a cozy relationship with this tech company and others as well, we believe.
The only way you can get through
Emails
this is with a few
between
beers.
the FBI and Twitter began with the greeting, "Hey, Twitter folks." Emails that asked Twitter to take down accounts and limit visibility.
Even when it's stuff you actually kind of want to
FBI
know
handed out
about,
security clearance
man,
to
it's
folks at Twitter.
painful. It is absolutely
They communicated
painful.
with Twitter on the secret teleporter app where messages disappear after a certain length of time. And of course, they paid Twitter $3.4 million. In addition, on August 6, 2020, the FBI briefed Senators Grassley and Johnson.
What's
and
up, man?
according to
How
the
you
senator's
doing?
Testimony,
Having
last
some
month
beers
in
and trying
front
to
of
get
this
through and
committee,
see
the
if we can
briefing
actually
was
learn
bogus
anything from the
and
federal
done so
government,
someone could
which
go
I
a
know
week
sounds
without briefing
ridiculous,
it happened,
but I might learn how many beers I
undermining
can drink in
the
one night.
investigation. In September of 2020, a government-funded think tank.
Some of these clips
gets
have been
involved.
interesting in the,
They do a
that I've seen on
tabletop
Twitter, so
exercise.
we'll see.
The participants include the New York Times, the Washington Post, and other mainstream media outlets. Facebook is there. Mr. Roth of Twitter is there. The organizer was the former CEO of NPR and the former head of news at Twitter. The mock exercise is hosted by the Aspen Institute. The Aspen Institute, which, by the way, in 2020, their budget was $9.3 million. $5 million from the State Department, $4 million from USAID. Almost all their budget. Guess the title. Guess the title of this exercise. The Aspen Digital Hack and Dump Working Group. And guess who the subject was? Guess who the subject was? Hunter Biden. That's amazing. October 14, 2020, the New York Post runs the story on the Biden laptop and Twitter takes it down, even though it was accurate and even though it didn't violate Twitter's rules. Other social media companies do the same. Mainstream press works to downplay and discredit the story. Finally, as if on cue, 5 days later, on October 19th, 51 former Intel officials signed a letter with the now famous sentence, "The Biden laptop story has all the classic earmarks of a Russian information operation." Something that was absolutely false. Our government built a cozy relationship with big tech. They primed him for a hack and leak operation. They funded the think tank, which further primed big tech and big media.
Oh no,
They leaked information
I'm
to
retiring
undermine
over the
work
legal
of two
limit.
United
I think I
States
might just
senators,
start doing it like
and then 51
once a
former
month or
Intel
something like that.
officials closed the deal with their letter. Mr. Schellenberger
It's
pointed
become
out
too much of a hassle with
the information op was run on
all the music
us,
that I used to be
run
able to
on
play
we.
has been.
And if
It,
that's
it
not
all gets
the
copyright
weaponization-
claimed now. I've got
weaponization of government,
a bunch of vinyls here that I used to spin that I can't do
I
anymore.
really, I'll get to
I've
this
only
in
got
second.
like
I wanna
a
thank our
handful.
witnesses.
If we want to listen to the same records every week, I guess we could do it.
The ranking member, her opening statement. I yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you. Before my opening statement, Mr. Chairman, as a point of order, it's been my understanding that one of the witnesses has, within the last half an hour, released additional information that the Republicans may, and you as the majority, may have been able to review and have information about. And if that information is in fact going to be used at this hearing, I just want the point of order to be recognized that the Democrats have not been able to review or to see any of that information. Will you be using
imagine
any of the
that.
information
Imagine
that has recently been released
there's
by,
information that you don't have access to.
excuse me?
I mean, if only.
Will you be using any of
I mean,
that
I'm sure every January
Using whatever
6th
information our staff has put together for us to use at this hearing.
And if you've had that information
defendant is aware of that.
before
I mean,
this
come on.
hearing began,
This is-
before today?
We use all information that is given to our staff.
It's
and we will
publicly
use it to make sure
available.
we educate
And
Lady.
people on the
information
website.
that
Come
you have
on.
not shared with us?
Oh, we think it was posted online. That,
As if you don't
Within a
care
half-
about
just
this.
this half an hour, last
Or as
20
if
minutes,
you care
but
about
it's
this
not
crap.
information
do
that
you want
was
us to
privy
get
to us
you want us to
before
get you a copy of it because we can make a
I
copy
think we
for
can
you.
go online and find a copy. We can look on our Twitter accounts and see it. But I just want the point of order that you have not shared any of that with us. And I understand that
Well-
you may have been looking at this long before today's hearing.
We obtained it at the same time frame that was
Excuse me,
posted online.
before we continue, is one of your colleagues trying to speak to me? Or I think this was a conversation
God,
between
what
you
a
and me.
what a god awful woman. I mean, jeez,
Okay.
already.
It's the gentlelady's time.
Okay, all right.
Why
well,
does this seem to
recognize
happen
you
with
for an
women
opening
in
statement.
government? I mean,
And I
or
had a
just really
point of order,
positions of power
which
at
I was
all.
asking you to
We're
answer.
coming in hot
Okay,
with the
great.
sexism right off the
Now I'll
bat.
begin my point, my opening statements.
Just very.
3 weeks
You,
ago,
you don't
House
seem
Oversight had
strong.
this hearing
You just
with
seem like
actual
a
Twitter
genuine
executives
asshole.
who had actual firsthand knowledge about what happened in 2020. And that didn't go so well for the House Republicans because real evidence showed that there wasn't coordination between Twitter and the federal government as they'd like the American people to believe, and that all the so-called Twitter files really showed was a discussion on content moderation, and that we only got a fraction of the discussion. So now we're back again.
Well, that's
no
not even close to
surprise.
true,
What
but
else
sure,
have they got to talk
sure.
about? Not what's interested in the American people are interested, not what taxpayer dollars have brought us here to Washington to do. And
Hey, the
Republicans
American
have brought
people are
in
interested
two of
in this.
Elon Musk's
We are here
public
right now with
scribes
this crap.
to release cherry-picked, out-of-context emails and screenshots
Oh, they love
designed
that.
to promote
This is Project
his
Veritas all
chosen
over again.
narrative.
Deceptively
Elon
edited.
Musk's chosen narrative that is
Oh,
now being
yeah.
parroted by the Republicans because the Republicans think that these witnesses
What a
will
bitch,
tell
a
a
Rooney
story
Dooney.
that's going to help them out politically. On Tuesday, the majority released an 18-page report claiming to show that the FTC is, quote, harassing Twitter. Oh my, poor Twitter. Including by seeking information about its interactions with individuals before us today. How did the report reach?
Yeah, it's no big deal. It's content moderation when we all know that's a euphemism, but okay, it's still bad and we should be talking about it, lady. And I love how she still had to bring up at the beginning that, are there things that I have not been made aware of, or that you were trying to, implying that they're trying to hide something from her? And the dude's just like, no, all the information's available. Well, it seems like there's something else going on here. Yeah, like I said, it's not like Democrats, or it's not even the Democrats. It's just the federal government apparatus as a whole, which is largely Democrat, but as if you have no experience with hiding information. Yeah, I mean, if anything, Tucker Carlson has shown from the stuff from January 6th. I mean, come on. The stuff that he's been releasing the last few nights or whatever it was last week was like, they were even aware of it. The prosecution was even aware of this, and they intentionally lied and didn't make the videos available to the defense. So I don't want to hear this whole, are you not giving me everything? No, we actually are. That's you guys. That's your thing.
This conclusion by showing two single paragraphs from a single demand letter, even though the report itself makes clear that there were numerous demand letters with numerous requests, none of which we've been able to see, that are more demand letters and more requests of Twitter. In other words, the conclusions are based on a fraction of information out of context, cherry-picked, surprise, just like the Twitter files. The majority conveniently forgot to share with the public that in May of 2022, well before Musk acquired Twitter, the FTC had already fined the company $150 million for failing to safeguard users' data.
Which is not even at all what we're talking about. They were fined for not safeguarding user data. We're here talking about the government influence on censoring information on the internet. What the hell does that have to do with what you're talking about? But it's the Project Veritas playbook where when they talk about Project Veritas, deceptively edited, cherry-picked footage out of context. This is what the far right does. Dun dun dun.
Million users, Twitter had not safeguarded them. Twitter entered into this consent agreement that required it to make regular reports to the FTC, and the previous consent decree between Twitter and the FTC was entered into in 2011. Elon Musk might not like this requirement, but Twitter had issues with FTC long before Musk bought the company, and there's nothing.
I just want to say this. Man, in that freeze frame, what is wrong with this guy's face behind her? I'm not implying that this lovely black woman is a man. What I'm saying, the guy behind this lovely black woman. What is going on with this guy? Enhance. We have the technology. What in the hell is... Why is he got he's got a look on his face like he's overacting for like a superhero villain or something. I don't... His lips are all like tight. Like what is going on here? This guy's ready to... He's ready to kill somebody. Though based on his hair and everything else I'm seeing, not a super huge threat, but still worth criticizing.
Nothing political about that. We've asked for the full set of documents that must have
Zoolander.
shared with the Republicans on the committee, but we can draw some logical conclusions from what we have been given. You know what the Republicans...
Dude's got to be gay, right? I mean, no one has a face. Like, look, the lips, the thing he's doing with his lips, that's intentional. That's not a normal thing that someone's lips would do.
FTC had already fined the company $150 million.
Oh, sorry. Right.
Let's look at a slide here. Here's what it shows. Musk got
I'm not sure how much longer I can listen to this woman. I might have to skip into the actual interviews. Because really what I wanted to see was Matt Taibbi and
run by Chinese billionaire.
What was the other guy's name? I can't even
as
remember anymore.
A small contribution to the cause. I don't know what that cause is. Musk got $1 billion from Larry Ellison, whose super PAC spent millions on Republican candidates last cycle, including election deniers. Musk got $375 million.
Oh my God!
Here, from Qatar, which has recently been questioned about its lobbying practices. Musk got $700 million from Vi Capital, a secretive investment fund based in Dubai. And very interesting, as you can see down below, the nephew of the Saudi king is Twitter's second largest investor at a much larger amount. And the chair wants us to think that Elon Musk is the victim. The chairman wants us to believe that... I
don't think anyone wants you to think Elon Musk is a victim. But you notice how suddenly, when it comes to Elon Musk, man, we are super concerned with PACs and nefarious dollar amounts and money changing hands. Super concerned with this. Bring this up in any other political context, it's nothing to see here. Oh wait, how much money does Nancy Pelosi make? How much is she worth? How is it that her husband seems to always make the right investments at the right time? No big deal. No big deal. And of course, it's not just the Democrats that do this. It's the freaking asshole Republicans, too. I mean, there's plenty of them. There's plenty of blame to go around. But when we're talking about Elon Musk, suddenly this stuff about someone had this shady dealings going on here with money. We need to trace the money. Can we do that with COVID or, like I said, literally any other person in the federal government? That would be great. I don't really care that much about what Elon Musk does as a private citizen. I mean, she's like trying to tear him down as if there's I give a shit about this guy. I think he posts funny memes for sure. And I'm glad he bought Twitter, and correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't this Saudi prince that we suddenly have a problem with. Wasn't he on the side of like original Twitter, like the old Twitter? With Dorsey and Vijaya Gade and stuff. Like, wasn't he on their side? I'm pretty sure he doesn't like Elon Musk, right? Because didn't he try to buy Twitter instead of Elon? Something like that. I can't remember. Who cares? Anyway, back to this riveting discussion that's going on over here.
Republicans are concerned with the federal government unfairly going after Twitter and Twitter unfairly taking down conservative posts. Just like we did several weeks ago, we're going to show that's not what the evidence shows. I want to underscore the very real threat posed by Twitter files and by the witnesses in front of us today. Here's Yoel Roth describing the harassment he and other former Twitter employees have faced because of the irresponsible way in which the witnesses in front of us and others have released this cherry-picked, out-of-context data.
Twitter, employees as far away as Manila in the Philippines. The Twitter files, I would note first and foremost, didn't just affect me, but affected much more junior employees at Twitter. Employees as far away as Manila in the Philippines were doxxed, had their families threatened, and experienced harm equal to or greater than what I've experienced. But concurrent with the Twitter files, Elon Musk also made the decision to share a defamatory
I have to say,
that
I am shocked that someone's experienced something worse than Mr. Roth here. Could you imagine experiencing something worse than emails? Something worse than being doxxed online? I'm pretty sure a lot of people have experienced a lot worse, but most of them aren't little bitches, so I don't know. I'm pretty sure this guy is the guy I was reading about a while ago that was talking about he had to sell his home because people knew where he lived, and it's like, oh, really? How many times did it get swatted exactly? I don't think anyone's ever actually shown up, or he's never been swatted either. Yet that happens constantly to people all the time in the political sphere, but we don't talk about that. Did anyone show up at this guy's house with duct tape, knives, guns, and stuff, planning to rape and murder everyone in the home? Because that did happen to a Supreme Court justice, but we don't really, I mean, that's not a big deal. Can you imagine experiencing worse than getting mean emails? And get this, people even posted Pepe the Frog in response to him on Twitter. Oh my God. It's getting out of control. Yeah, that's what yeah, Fisher, that's one of my favorite Pepe memes, the one I posted in the Discord a few days ago about with the skateboard. Call the ADL. I don't give a fuck. But no, this is super serial. Super serial.
And this lie led directly to a wave of homophobic and anti-Semitic threats and harassment against me, of which
that's
Twitter
how you know it's real.
Little.
Homophobic and anti-Semitic.
The Daily Mail's decision to publish where I live, ultimately I had to leave my home and sell it. Those are the consequences for this type of online harassment and speech.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'm not exaggerating when I say...
So again, let's be clear. Let's be clear. The online harassment he's talking about is people being mean to him, and someone apparently published his address, which is not cool. That is lame. But do you know why he sold his house? Just because he was scared. I don't think anything happened to him, because if it had, he probably would have said it right there, right? You'd think you'd lead strong with the worst thing that's happened to prove how bad this is. Meanwhile, you've got people like MTG over here that have been swatted like 14 times. But sure. I'm sorry, you And I would not have known this otherwise, but he just brought it up, so I'm assuming you are a gay Jewish man, because I don't know why you would have brought up homophobic and anti-Semitic remarks. So tell me more about how hard it is to be a gay Jewish man in the United States. Is this it? Is this the stream that's going to get me banned? Fantastic.
That you have called before you 2 witnesses who pose a direct threat to people who oppose them. It's funny when people have to go through that.
Crazy what
exactly.
you're saying.
This is unacceptable. I'm ready for it. I don't know if a lot of other people are, but just as it was unacceptable for Kevin McCarthy to provide 41,000 hours of sensitive security footage to a biased talking head in an effort to
get out
rewrite
of here. Another one of these people that says it was just irresponsible and dangerous and crazy to release footage. Everyone knows that it is absolutely dangerous to give the unwashed masses access to footage that shows real events that really transpired. If this isn't literal fascism, I don't know what is. I'm pretty sure we just had a genocide of every person in the entire country because of this. Irresponsible. I can't believe it.
what happened on January 6th. This is a new Republican playbook, apparently.
Mr.
Risk
Chairman.
American safety
Mr.
and
Chairman.
security
Hang on.
to score political points.
The gentlelady's
We-
words should be struck. We do not accuse witnesses of threatening others. That is out of line and
I'm not
outside the rules of
striking
this
down
committee.
that, and I can have an
You don't
opinion
get to determine
about
what's
what
struck down.
witnesses.
Well, you do get an opening statement, and it's
And
about,
so let
it's
me
about
finish.
over.
That the committee will suspend.
We know this is because at the first hearing, the chairman claimed that big government and big tech colluded to shape and mold the narrative and suppress information and censor Americans. This is a false narrative. We're engaging in false narratives here, and we are going to tell the truth.
All right, you see what I'm saying here? Is this happens all the time. If anyone who's ever even spoken to a female police officer probably knows this is true, okay? That for some reason, the women who want to get into positions like this, they act what they think is acting like a strong man, but you're acting like an asshole. You're being you're being disrespectful. But for some reason they think that's what like being a strong man is being just disrespectful and rude and completely ignoring what everyone else says around you. I mean, what was that the Sam Hyde meme? Oh, bro, you got pulled over by a female police officer? Hope you're wearing your flak jacket. This is just a reality, man. This tends to happen, okay? Sure. No, it's you girl bossing. Just girl boss all over them. It's great. Well done.
I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I would just point out the consent decree was in our report. We offered your staff also the opportunity to review the FTC letters. You have not come over to review those letters. Third, the idea that I believe both of these individuals who are getting ready to testify, I believe they're both Democrats. The idea that two journalists who
Did
happen
you
to be
not give that
Democrat-
offer at 8 o'clock last
I'm talking
night?
now. Your time was ended. a few
Neither
seconds
of us
ago.
are in time.
I don't think they're here to help us politically. I think they're here to tell us the truth. And oh, by the way, the first FTC letter to Twitter after the first set of Twitter files, the very first question was, who are the journalists you're talking to? And you guys don't care. You don't care.
You care
don't want
about the
you don't want the American
2011
people to see.
consent
You don't
decree?
want the American people to see what happened, the full video, transparency. You don't want that, and you don't want two journalists who have been named personally by the Biden administration, FTC, in a letter.
The Biden administration
And you're saying
is
they're
not
here
the
to help us.
FTC.
They're here to tell their story. And frankly, I think they're brave individuals for being willing to come after they've been named in a letter from the Biden FTC.
Is this your question time now?
No, I'm responding to your ridiculous statements you made in your opening statement.
Okay, well, let's get on with it.
Oh, now we want to get on with it. So you can
Yeah, I mean, come on, that's hilarious. Let's get on with it. Hey, you used your entire time to make ridiculous accusations to everyone in the room. And then someone actually responds and you just interrupt it the whole time and act as if, well, it's is it your time? I don't know. I'm gonna take over. What a shit human being. Just a shit human being. But you know that when you're an authoritarian, controlling person like this, and I'm using the word authoritarian because she is in government. When you're such an authoritarian type person like this that believes that you can't share information with the people and we need to hide everything and control everything, you're not going to let someone else speak if they start disagreeing with you, because you know that is bad for you. That is really bad for you because you won't have the means to rebut anything and you'll have to resort to, well, I'm pretty sure that you as a white man shouldn't be talking to me. But, you know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she's right about everything.
say all the things you want. And
I did in my opening statement, as well as you had an opening statement. You said what you needed to say in your opening statement, and I, as the ranking member, have used my time.
Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. We will introduce today's witness, Matt Taibbi. He's a journalist and author. He's one of the authors of the Twitter Files, previously worked for Rolling Stone, that right-wing publication, Rolling Stone, where so many Republicans work at. He's also written several books about American politics and culture. And of course, as I pointed out, as the Wall Street Journal pointed out yesterday on the front page, was named by the FTC.
And I would just like to say, how ridiculous is this? That this is where we're at, is that this is our government, and it sounds like two streamers arguing about something. What the hell is going on? My commentary shouldn't be less ridiculous than the interactions between these two people. In an actual court here. I mean, this is absurd. It's like I said last night. Do we deserve to continue? I mean, maybe it's over. This is it, man. This is the best we have to offer in the country, apparently. Jeez. Dude, the absolute high IQ discussion going on is just great.
Michael Schellenberger is also a journalist, author, and one of the authors of the Twitter Files. He's also co-founded several nonprofits, including Breakthrough Institute, Environmental Progress, and the California Peace Coalition, another right-wing Republican organization, I'm sure. His work often focuses on crime and drug policy, homelessness, and the climate. We welcome our witnesses and thank them for appearing today. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Let the record show both witnesses have answered in the affirmative.
I just want to know what's going on here. And I'm here to ask the important questions. I missed it. Let's go back. Okay. Okay. Enhance. We got the big budget team here for this. Okay. Why is this in style? Why is this a thing? Stop it. Just stop it. I will not tolerate this. First of all, why are the pant legs two different lengths seemingly? But this ridiculous high water thing. Stop it. Why is this a thing? Why do people do this? For a second, I thought that maybe he was wearing cowboy boots, which I know it seems impossible because why would he be wearing cowboy boots? But at least there's some leeway if these were boots, you could maybe get away with like this. Let me get my yeah. Maybe you can get away with this. Holy crap! Yeah, this one you can maybe get away with if this was like you're wearing cowboy boots, right? It's a little bit taller, but it's because it's cowboy boots. This I have no idea what's going on. Something strange is happening. But what's important is these are not cowboy boots. These are just regular shoes. You can see the difference in color from here to here. Those are socks. Those are shoes. I can only assume you're either a hipster or a gay man. And quite often those are one and the same. Do we still have hipsters? Is that still a thing? Or have we abandoned that term? I feel as if we've gone off on a tangent here. All right, let's go back. Everyone, put on your serious hats. Let's get back into this.
It's true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God. Let the record show both witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and be seated, please. We will now start with Mr. Taibbi. You guys, I think, understand do you want to go with Mr. Schellenberg? We can go with Mr. Schellenberg. We'll start with Mr. Schellenberger. You understand how it works. You get 5 minutes. Make sure you hit the microphone so we can all hear. When it gets to yellow, it means just like you would expect, time to start winding up. And when it gets to red, it's time.
And again, another random tangent on clothing. I hate when people tie their ties like this. Which one is that? Is that the half Windsor? What the one where it just is crooked the whole time? Stop it. Just stop it. Take the extra half a second and tie your tie properly. It just looks terrible. This is why our country is going to hell in a handbasket. We got guys walking around with high water pants, showing off their socks for some reason. And then we got this guy up here, supposed to be running the whole thing, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Jordan over here, can't even tie a decent tie. What is happening? We need to go back to 1940 and reset everything and try again. That's what we need to do. All right? We have lost the plot, ladies and gentlemen.
Time to stop, and we'll be a little bit leaning on the time. Mr. Schellenberger, you are recognized for your opening statement.
Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Plaskett, members of the committee, thank you very much for inviting my testimony. In his 1961 farewell address, President Dwight Eisenhower warned of, quote, the acquisition of unwarranted influence by the military-industrial complex. Eisenhower feared that the size and power of the complex, or cluster, of government contractors in the Defense Department would, quote, endanger our liberties or democratic processes. How did he mean that? Through, quote, domination of the nation's scholars by federal employment, project allocations, and the power of money. He feared public policy would become the captive of a scientific, technological elite. Eisenhower's fears were well-founded. Today, American taxpayers are unwittingly financing...
Again, another just random thing. This guy behind him is a robot. He hasn't moved in the slightest. So the guy on the right, he's been moving around. This guy directly behind him, watch this guy's face. Look, even when I move it back, the dude hasn't moved. Watch this.
Cluster of government contractors in the Defense Department.
He's a robot.
Quote, endanger our liberties or democratic processes. How did he mean that? Through, quote, domination of the nation's scholars by federal employment, project allocations, and the power of money. He feared public policy would become the captive of a scientific, technological elite. Eisenhower's fears were well-founded. Today, American taxpayers are unwittingly financing the growth and power of a censorship industrial complex run by America's scientific and technological elite, which endangers our liberties and democracy. I'm grateful for this opportunity to offer this testimony and sound the alarm over the shocking and disturbing emergence of state-sponsored censorship in the United States of America. The Twitter files, state attorneys general lawsuits, and investigative reporters have revealed a large and growing network of government agencies, academic institutions, and non-governmental organizations that are actively censoring American citizens, often without their knowledge, on a range of issues. I do not know how much of the censorship is coordinated beyond what we have been able to document, and I will not speculate. I recognize that the law allows Facebook, Twitter, and other private companies to moderate content on their platform.
This whole thing, even thus far, just shows the absolute how far left a lot of these Democrats have become, because both of these guys, Taibbi and Schellenberger here, they are not right wing. They are lefties, but they're American lefties. They don't like censorship and government overreach, which then makes me say, why are you a lefty? But I can at least understand it. We've got people now, including that crazy lady who was rambling for 15 minutes, who think this is absolutely disgusting, and it makes them right wing. It's like the people who still say, or who started saying that Elon Musk is right wing now. Man, we have gone off. We've gone off the deep end.
Forms, and I support the right of governments to communicate with the public, including to dispute inaccurate information. But government officials have been caught repeatedly pushing social media platforms to censor disfavored users and content. Often these acts of censorship threaten the legal protection social media companies need to exist, Section 230. If government officials are directing or facilitating such censorship, notes one law professor, it raises serious First Amendment questions. It is axiomatic that the government cannot do indirectly what it is prohibited from doing directly. Moreover, we know that the U.S. government has funded organizations that pressure advertisers to boycott news media organizations and social media platforms that refuse to censor and/or spread disinformation, including alleged conspiracy theories. The Stanford Internet Observatory, the University of Washington, the Atlantic Council's Digital Forensic Research Lab, and Graphica have all inadequate.
And I do just want to say really quickly, it blows my mind, and it's really annoying how successful the FBI and the CIA have been in their discrediting of just the words conspiracy theory. First of all, they came up with it, and it specifically came up with it to discredit people who started saying, wait a minute, you guys see that these dots are connected? do you see that? These points are definitely connected. Something's going on here. And instead, they've managed to convince everybody that conspiracy theory is a bad word, and that it's you say conspiracy theory people, and for some reason people say, oh, like Bigfoot? What? Bigfoot isn't a conspiracy theory. I mean, what's the conspiracy? I mean, let's look at the words conspiracy theory. And you could come up with something where you could say that there is a conspiracy to cover up Bigfoot, but Bigfoot himself isn't a conspiracy theory. I mean, Bigfoot's Bigfoot. I mean, real or not, a conspiracy theory is, like I said, you go, wait a minute. The federal government told me this. But then I looked over here. They also said this. And these two things contradict each other. And then in between these two things was this thing that they did and tried to make hush-hush. which would explain both of those things that contradicted each other if you look at this. Therefore, I now have a theory about a conspiracy. They've done such a good job of trying to get people to think that, yeah, we'll just slander you as a conspiracy theorist. Yeah, exactly. PRD is like, remember, it wasn't that long ago whenever you brought up MK Ultra. I mean, some people still bring it up that is when you say it's like a conspiracy theory. MK Ultra is 100% confirmed. We know that happened. And it was known for a long time that it was going on, but it was slandered as a conspiracy theory. We need to take the word back. I'm feeling like was it Randall and in Clerks 2. Dude, porch monkey. I'm taking it back. I'm taking back conspiracy theory, man. That's our word. We're taking it back.
Disclosed ties to the Department of Defense, the CIA, and other intelligence agencies. They work with multiple U.S. government agencies to institutionalize censorship research and advocacy within dozens of other universities and think tanks. It is important to understand how these groups function. They are not publicly engaging with their opponents in an open exchange of ideas. They aren't asking for a national debate over the limits of the First Amendment. Rather, they are creating blacklists of disfavored people and then pressuring, cajoling, and demanding that social media platforms censor, de-amplify, and even ban the people on those lists. The censorship industrial complex combines established methods of psychological manipulation, some developed by the U.S. military during the global war on terror, with highly sophisticated tools from computer science, including artificial intelligence. The complex's leaders are driven by the fear that the internet and social media platforms empower populist, alternative, and fringe personalities and views which they regard as destabilizing. Federal government officials, agencies, and contractors have gone from fighting ISIS recruiters and Russian bots to censoring and deplatforming ordinary Americans and disfavored public figures. Importantly, the bar for bringing in military-grade government monitoring and speech countering techniques has moved from, quote, countering terrorism to, quote, countering extremism to countering simple misinformation, otherwise known as being wrong on the internet. The government no longer needs a predicate of calling you a terrorist or an extremist to deploy government resources to counter your political activity.
You see,
the only predicate
this
it
guy
needs
is
simply
freaking spot on. And like I said, he's a lefty. He is not one of these mega right-wing conspiracy theorists. Oh, super chat. First super chat. Group of people colluding idea. I like that. Or something like the collusion plot. I mean, we could just start calling it the truth, since I'm pretty sure we've been right about almost every single one of these things that's been considered a conspiracy theory. All right, let me turn on the... I forgot to turn on the actual Super Chat jukebox. Here we go. PRD, let's see what you get.
Stories of fabrications and false. They write lies, they write false stories. They know they're false, it makes no difference.
Emo Trump, a classic. A classic. You know, I've got like over 40 clips in the Super Chat jukebox, and it always seems to pick like the same 4. It hasn't played that one in a long time, though. That one's relatively a new one, comparatively.
The assertion that the opinion you expressed on social media is wrong. These efforts extend to influencing and even directing conventional news media organizations. Since 1971, when the Washington Post and New York Times elected to publish classified Pentagon papers about the war in Vietnam, journalists have understood that we have a professional obligation to report on leaked documents whose contents are in the public interest. And yet in 2020, the Aspen Institute and Stanford Cyber Policy Center urged journalists to, quote, break the Pentagon Papers principle and not cover leaked information to prevent the spread of disinformation. Government-funded censors frequently invoke the prevention of real-world harm to justify their demands for censorship, but the censors define harm far more expansively than the Supreme Court does. Increasingly, the censors say their goal is to restrict information that delegitimizes governmental, industrial, and news media organizations. That mandate is so sweeping.
And that's something that they try to hide. That these organizations, they use words like disinformation and misinformation. No, what they're talking about is anything that makes people lose faith in these institutions. And if there's anything that public speech should be good for, it is 100% delegitimizing the federal government at every turn. That's like that's our responsibility as American patriots. You need to, every time you speak on the internet, you should be delegitimizing the federal government. Dude, this government is already bigger than the freaking monarchy that we fought off in the revolution. I mean, the amount of control and the taxes and everything. I mean, every word out of your mouth should be used to delegitimize the federal government. And now I'm about to hear, nothing. SWAT teams are about to bust in and they're going to take me away.
That it could easily censor criticism from any part of the status quo, from elected officials to institutions to laws. Congress should immediately cut off funding to the censors and investigate their activities. It should mandate instant reporting of all conversations between social media executives, government employees, and government contractors concerning content moderation. And finally, Congress should limit the broad permission given to social media platforms to censor, deplatform, and spread propaganda. Thank you very much.
I thank the gentleman for his opening statement. Mr. Taibbi, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman, sure.
Mr. Taibbi, hit that.
Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Plaskett, members of the Select Committee, thank you for having me today. My name is Matt Taibbi. I've been a reporter for 30 years and a staunch advocate of the First Amendment. Much of that time was spent at Rolling Stone magazine. Ranking Member Plaskett, I'm not a so-called journalist. I've won the National Magazine Award, the I.F. Stone Award for Independent Journalism, and I've written 10 books, including 4 New York Times bestsellers. I'm now the editor of the online magazine Racket on the independent platform Substack. I'm here today because of a series of events that began late last year when I received a note from a source online. It read, "Are you interested in doing a deep dive into what censorship and manipulation was going on at Twitter?" A week later, the first of what became known as the Twitter Files reports came out. To say these attracted intense public interest would be an understatement. My computer looked like a Vegas slot machine as just the first tweet about the blockage of the Hunter Biden laptop story registered 143 million impressions.
It is funny how quickly they turned against people like Matt Taibbi and acting as if they were always some crackpot, blah, blah, blah. No, the dude's always been a leftist. As the title journalist in and of itself now denotes. And I guess maybe leftist isn't fair. Not a literal leftist, someone who you would say, is reading Karl Marx and is super into, Stalin and all. A left-leaning Democrat. Which again, he's a journalist, so that is very redundant to say. But now, yeah, you got people here calling him a so-called journalist. Wait, you're not just towing the line of the federal government? Fascist. Which is just an interesting use of, right-wing and authoritarian and stuff. Why didn't you just fall in line with the government? You must be a fascist. Sure.
And 30 million engagements. But it wasn't until a week after the first report, after Michael Schellenberger, Barry Weiss, and other researchers joined the search of the files, that we started to grasp the significance of this story. The original promise of the internet was that it might democratize the exchange of information globally. A free internet would overwhelm all attempts to control information flow, its very existence a threat to anti-democratic forms of government everywhere. What we found in the files was a sweeping effort to reverse that promise and use machine learning and other tools to turn the internet into an instrument of censorship and social control.
I think most of us understood that the federal government and other people like the powers that be, whatever you want to call them, we're never going to let that happen. We had a few glorious years where the internet was somewhat of a Wild West. A lot of times now, in 2023, a lot of times when people talk about the Wild West days of the internet, they're referring to like 2014. It's like, no, I mean, certainly it was more free than it is now. But those weren't the Wild West days of the internet, man. That was it's been a while. But there was no way that any of these people, as they became larger and larger, more and more powerful, call it the deep state, the World Economic Forum, whatever you want to call it, just the Federal Reserve itself, they were never going to allow that to happen. You can't let the plebs, the peasants, the serfs talk amongst themselves. You can't let that happen. Imagine. If there's already things that are affecting my reach and taking down on my videos, I mean, come on. I'm a nobody. I think the most people I've ever had watching one stream was between 45 and 50. If they're censoring that, I mean, come on. What's up, Vic? How you doing?
Our own government appears to be playing a lead role. We saw the first hints in communications between Twitter executives before the 2020 election, when we read things like flagged by DHS or please see attached report from FBI for potential misinformation. This would be attached to an Excel spreadsheet with a long list of names whose accounts were often suspended shortly after. Again, Ranking Member Plaskett, I would note that the evidence of Twitter-government relationship includes lists of tens of thousands of names on both the left and right. The people affected include Trump
This is the one
supporters.
that was from a few days ago. This was on Thursday. I've only seen Cleeps. That's the beers coming in. The Cleeps. I've only seen a few clips from it, so I decided to watch the whole thing and have some beers and hang out. It's been about what you'd expect it to be, that's for sure.
But also left-leaning sites like Consortium and Truthout, the leftist South American channel Telesur, the Yellow Vest movement. That, in fact, is a key point of the Twitter files, that it's neither a left nor right issue. Following the trail of communications between Twitter and the federal government across tens of thousands of emails led to a series of revelations. Mr. Chairman, we summarized and submitted them to the committee in the form of a new Twitter files thread, which was also released to the public this morning. We learned Twitter, Facebook, Google, and other companies developed a formal system for taking in moderation requests from every corner of government, from the FBI, the DHS, the HHS, DOD, the Global Engagement Center at State, even the CIA. For every government agency scanning Twitter, there were perhaps 20 quasi-private entities doing the same thing, including Stanford's Election Integrity Partnership, NewsGuard, the Global Disinformation Index, and many others, many taxpayer-funded. A focus of this fast-growing network.
That's one of those things, like that ridiculous woman at the beginning of this hearing. It's like, she's like, are you trying to hide it? Is there anything? First of all, she doesn't actually know if there's anything that she doesn't have, but are you trying to hide anything from me? Get out of here. Are you crazy? This stuff has been made publicly available, first of all. So one would think that maybe you would prepare for this, which you clearly did since you wrote that ridiculous speech. But you're telling me you weren't aware you weren't aware of these backdoor logins to contact like Meta, Alphabet, and Twitter directly that were made available to, I mean, I would assume at least over 1,000 people. I mean, let's just say on the safe side here. I will let you guess how many of them were Republican or were right-wing in any way. It was certainly less than one. But come on. This stuff's it's out there. Ugh. Are you sure did you give us all the information? You mean the publicly available information that we're here to discuss? Yes. Yes, I did. I mean, everyone did.
Work, as Mike noted, is making lists of people whose opinions, beliefs, associations, or sympathies are deemed misinformation, disinformation, or malinformation. That last term is just a euphemism for true but inconvenient. Undeniably, the making of such lists is a form of digital McCarthyism. Ordinary Americans are not just being reported to Twitter for de-amplification or deplatforming, but to firms like PayPal, digital advertisers.
Whoa. Let's hold our horses here for a minute. Digital McCarthyism? Hey, McCarthy was not great. Far from it. But wanting to take out the communists? That's pretty damn great. I'm sorry, I just thought that was funny.
Like Xander and crowdfunding sites like GoFundMe. These companies can and do refuse service to law-abiding people and businesses whose only crime is falling afoul of a distant, faceless, unaccountable, algorithmic judge. As someone who grew up a traditional ACLU liberal, this mechanism for punishment and deprivation without due process is horrifying. Another troubling aspect is the role of the press, which should be the people's last line of defense in such cases. But instead of investigating these groups, journalists partnered with them. If Twitter declined to remove an account right away, government agencies and NGOs would call reporters for the New York Times, Washington Post, and other outlets, who in turn would call Twitter demanding to know why action had not yet been taken. Effectively, news media became an arm of a state-sponsored thought policing system. I'm running out of time, so I'll just sum up.
That is the big takeaway from all these types of things, all these hearings and stuff that have been going on. I'm sorry. It is too late. I mean, we can salvage something of this for sure. There's some salvaging of it, but to go back to like what this guy was talking about, you know, him saying he's ACLU liberal and all this crap, and how he was horrified by the censorship and stuff. Everything he described right after that is the absolute reason why it's over. You can't fix this. The damage is done. If you start looking around and you start seeing that, wait a minute. Federal government, intelligence agencies, the media, local government, and general, supposed, nonprofits or, like legal firms and stuff, like, if they're all in lockstep and you're looking around and you're realizing that, and they're able to talk to each other, and they're able, like, they're forcing big tech's hand, is what we're talking about here. Oh, it's over, man. It's over. Maybe we can salvage it, but there's no going. You can't unring the bell. At the very least, no one has the stomach for what it would take to unring the bell. But if you don't want to go down that road, the best you can hope for is to try and salvage it and get something good out of it, but you're never going back. Not gonna happen. Impossible. The fact that we made it this far in this country from the founding until about 1913, 1914, when things start going awry, the fact that we made it that far is remarkable. Never been done before, so I'll take the W on that, but man, if you see the government having an incestuous relationship with the media, and the media, they're just trading people back and forth, and they're doing the bidding of each other, it is over. You've now become a shithole country. At the very least, we can try to salvage something. That's what I'm hopeful for. Something. Just any fraction of it. That would be great. I would appreciate it.
And say, it's just not possible to instantly arrive at truth. It is, however, possible, becoming technologically possible to instantly define and enforce a political consensus online, which I believe is what we're looking at. This is a grave threat to people of all political persuasions. The First Amendment and an American population accustomed to the right to speak is the best defense left against the censorship industrial complex. If the latter can knock over our first and most important constitutional guarantee, these groups will have no serious opponent left anywhere. If there's anything the Twitter files show, it's that we're in danger of losing this most precious right, without which all democratic rights are impossible. Thank you for the opportunity to appear, and I'd be happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Taibbi. We appreciate both of your opening statements. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, for 5 minutes of question.
Gentlemen, thank you both for being here. It is not surprising that the minority is already attacking you in its opening statement. We apologize to both of you. You shouldn't be treated that way. Some of the defenders of big tech and the Biden administration, as we know, have worked very hard to cast doubts on the legitimacy of your reporting, and some have gone so far to state it's irrelevant if Twitter was suppressing speech in coordination.
Mr. Johnson over here, I just want to say no relation to me, so I will remain unbiased. Hey, what's up, guys? We got Juicer and QRD in the chat. We are going to try to suffer through as much of this as we can. The hearing on the weaponization of the federal government on the Twitter files. The Twitter files. The truth is out there.
With the federal government. But this morning, we saw a stunning display of their attack of your character. We shouldn't be surprised. This is what the defenders of big government corruption do. This is the playbook. They destroy the messenger. We just saw it here on live television, and everybody can see it for themselves. And the whistleblowers, of course, as well. Look, this is what we know. What you've documented carefully in the Twitter files are a couple of key facts. People will hear a lot of things today, but this is what they need to know. The federal government, from Democrat members of Congress to intelligence agencies, including the FBI, used Twitter and other social media companies to censor Americans' speech. If the alarm bells are not going off, then you're not paying attention. Over the past 3 years, documents show, they prove what you guys have uncovered here, is there's communication between Twitter and the FBI. It was constant, it was pervasive. Twitter was basically an FBI subsidiary before Elon Musk took it over. The Twitter files revealed that by 2020, Twitter was engaged in open information sharing with the intelligence community, and now we know there were many intelligence agencies apparently involved in this. The FBI pressured Twitter to act on election-related tweets leading up to the 2022 election. Of course, they did it in 2020 as well, and Twitter dutifully censored content as a result.
You know what's funny is we're here. This is where we're at now. I remember several years ago talking with people, and they were acting like I was crazy. And I was like, wait, you're telling me you're not aware of CIA operations on American soil and on American people? And it's, what? No, the CIA, that has to do with like foreign and like, well, how about the FBI? I mean, that's certainly, within our borders, right? Oh, no, they don't do... no. Work against the American people? No way. That was a ridiculous point of view to have 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, let alone right now in 2023, where you have people who honestly believe it's no big deal, man. It's totally no big deal. It's for your own good. Nothing to see here, you guys. It's totally fine. Like that ridiculous woman, again, her opening statement was, this is all out of context, cherry pick. This is not what really happened. Bruh. It's right there. It's in the open. It's in the open. What are you doing? Quit being a shill for the state, son of a bitch.
Twitter executives restricted accounts. They censored speech that conflicted with the left's narrative. Twitter has used its internal tools to control and manipulate speech considered misinformation, and who was determining that? It was the government bureaucrats. Documents show that Twitter used visibility filtering to restrict certain accounts.
Well, Juicer, what gamer tag are you talking about? I think my Steam is listed somewhere, isn't it? Well, either way, it's Swamp Plays. I don't play enough online for it to even matter. I guess unless you want to buy me a game on my Steam wish list, that's about the only thing. Oh. I don't think I play any games new enough that could actually be played online. No, I don't think so. I still play my PS4 occasionally. So I've used it on a few streams on the Swamp Plays channel, but I don't think there's anything on there that would make it worth it to... I don't know. The only things I play on there is like Modern Warfare 2. Still play that sometimes. Detroit Become Human. Still play that. It's probably my favorite game of all time. At least from that era and from that genre. I don't think I even play anything that would be online. I think I'm going to stream Ancestors soon after I finish Stray. So it'll probably be about this time, 2026. I'll finally get to it. Been trying to finish Stray for a year now, it seems like.
Post and removed people from the platform altogether. The Twitter files should be a matter of bipartisan concern for every member of Congress and every American citizen, because it is a bedrock principle of our constitutional system that the government does not get to decide what speech is acceptable or true. Under the First Amendment, Americans have a right to speak freely, regardless of whether their speech upsets the preferred narrative. In fact, that's when it needs the most vigorous protection. Everybody on the left used to believe in that, or at least they purported to. Government and media fact checkers frequently get things wrong. The American people can't and shouldn't rely on so-called experts to be the arbiters of truth, disinformation boards and the like. It doesn't matter what political party you're in, government should not suppress important debates and public discourse. Gentlemen, let me start with Mr. Taibbi. You have a long award-winning journalist career. You just highlighted here decades of experience reporting on some of the most complex and important issues of our time. Where do you rate your reporting on the Twitter files among your whole body of work throughout your career? How serious is this?
Well, first of all, Mr. Congressman, thank you for the question. I would say, I spent 10 years covering the aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis. That was obviously a very serious issue, but this Twitter file story and what we're looking at now and what we're investigating now, I don't think there's any comparison. This is by far the most serious thing that I've ever looked at, and it's certainly the most grave story that I've ever worked on personally.
I want to ask you both the same question, and that is, first of all, has anyone from the federal government contacted you during the course of this investigation or since you've reported on the Twitter files? And number two, who do you think are the most egregious federal government agencies involved in this censorship exercise? Let me start with Mr. Schellenberger.
Thank you, Congressman. I have not been contacted by Mike. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Congressman. I have not been contacted by anybody in the Biden administration relating to this topic. And I would like to echo what Matt just said. I've never worked on an issue
find that hard to
so
believe,
frequently while doing
I
it.
guess
I
it's
just
true.
had chills go up my spine because of what I was seeing happening. I never thought in my own country that freedom of speech would be threatened in this way. And it's just frightening when you get into it. The most recent, our most recent discoveries, I mean, I think you understand the process, is that we first raised a bunch of concerns around the way Twitter pre-Elon Musk was censoring people and creating blacklists. Very quickly, we discovered that we had FBI agents basically and other government officials, demanding that Twitter take certain actions. We now know that the Department of Homeland Services, which has had, what's that? Security, sorry, Department of Homeland Security, had to try to create a disinformation board. That went away after public backlash, but we now realize that they have this other enterprise and they've been building out basically mechanisms to proliferate a censorship industrial complex around the country to censor on a whole range of issues. And so you've seen this censorship industry go from, well, we're just fighting ISIS to, well,
it is just remarkable to me that you can have these guys here talking about this, and you can, I mean, this is just, the latest thing, but I mean, it is remarkable to me that you could have anybody not realize how screwed we are and how serious this is. How can you not see this? The federal government is literally reaching into every single communication forum that there is. I mean, what happened, man? What happened? What happened?
well, we're just fighting Russian disinformation bots, to, well, now we need to fight domestic misinformation, which is just saying we need to fight against people who are saying things we disagree with online. That's all that means. And I mean, it's not a slippery slope. It's an immediate leap into a terrifying mechanism that we only see in totalitarian societies, of attempting to gain control over what the social media platforms are allowing. And so, yeah, for me, it starts at DHS, but we basically see almost every government agency involved in this.
It's frightening. I'm out of time. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do need to correct the record. So there's been the suggestion here that the FBI and other government agencies pressured employees at Twitter to validate these theories of foreign influence. When we had Mr. Roth, who was Yoel Roth, who's the former global head of trust and safety at Twitter, so we asked Twitter if there was pressure applied, and Mr. Roth said, no, I would not agree with that. The FBI, this is his quote.
Here we go,
The FBI was quite careful and quite consistent to request review of the accounts, but not to cross the line into advocating for Twitter to take any particular action. So that's...
So here's the game. Here's the game, ladies and gentlemen. As long as they agree with what the FBI is saying and they think that this is the way it should be, it's totally fine. No, the government is not supposed to be in the business of censoring speech. But, I mean, come on. If they have a direct line of communication with the person who's directly involved in censoring the speech of millions of people, direct line of communication, and if they just happen to agree with each other, totally legit, not illegal, not coercion, not any kind of pressure. That's the problem, dipshit. That's the problem, you absolute mongoloid. That is the problem. and he brings up is to pressure for foreign interests. Who's talking about foreign interests here? We are talking about the incestuous relationship between the federal government and big tech that is in control of the data that the public receives. I could not care less if the gay Jewish man, Yoel Roth, was okay with it. And again, I'm only calling him that because he claimed that he was under homophobic and anti-Semitic attacks. So I can only assume he's a gay Jewish man. That's just deductive reasoning, all right? But who gives a shit if this guy thought it was okay? That is completely irrelevant. That's like using in a defense when someone actually robs somebody at gunpoint, steals everything on them, and then gets caught. If that person's defense was, well, I thought it was completely reasonable at the time. I had no problem with it, robbing that person. I found no issue with it at all. Totally fine. There was not a single part of me that was even considering that maybe what I was doing was incorrect. So, yeah, could you let me go now? I think, isn't that, I mean, totally exonerated. Totally exonerated. Get out of here. Get out of here.
That's what Twitter said about the actions of the FBI vis-a-vis Twitter. Mr. Taibbi, in 2019,
get it together, Mr. Lynch. Come on,
Special Counsel
burning
Robert
time.
Mueller unequivocally found that the Internet Research Agency owned by Yevgeny
Robert Mueller, this will be
Prigozhin,
good.
the same oligarch who runs the Wagner Group, carried out an extensive social media disinformation campaign to help then candidate Donald Trump and to hurt Hillary Clinton. He also found that the Russian intelligence...
Oh, no. It was the Russians and Trump again. Man. It's about time I come clean. I actually know how serious this is. I know for a fact that every person who saw one of these Russian disinformation bots voted for Trump. It was, and I mean this genuinely, it was a solid 50 people in the United States. If that doesn't change the outcome, stolen election, man. Because remember, in 2016, totally fine to claim an election was stolen. Totally cool. Absolutely 100% legit. It was actually democracy in action to say that the election had been stolen. Now, not at all. Of course not. You can never possibly ever question any election ever because you're a literal Nazi fascist. But in 2016, it was legit, and I can confirm that all 50 people who saw the Russian propaganda bots, all 50 of them voted for Trump. And if anyone knows anything about the election in 2016, he won by 50 votes. And that son of a bitch. That's it. Russia. The walls are closing in on Donald Trump. The walls are closing in. I don't know if you heard this, but 3 days ago there was supposed to be an indictment on Donald Trump. Still hasn't happened. But the walls are closing in, ladies and gentlemen. It's only a matter of time. Russia did it.
Interfered with the 2016 election via a hack and release campaign damaging to the Clinton campaign. These particular findings came on the heels of the unanimous assessment on the part of the United States 18 intelligence agencies that Russian President Putin, quote, ordered an influence campaign in 2016 aimed at the presidential election, close quote. They also followed the release of a bipartisan Senate Intelligence Committee report finding that Russia and Vladimir Putin engaged in, I quote, aggressive, multifaceted effort to influence the U.S. president election. So, Mr. Taibbi, do you believe that the Russians?
Elliot, I was wondering if that was the same guy, because I remember that was some paper that he wrote or some journal that he wrote for or something. Wasn't it Marjorie Taylor Greene brought that up or like called him on that in public or something like I can't remember. I was wondering if that was the guy, you know, and again, his words, not mine. The gay Jewish man is pretty sus, man. There's it's something's going on there. Okay, that's again his characterization, not mine. But yes, I remember. I remember.
And their oligarch-controlled internet research agency interfered in the 2016 election via this social media disinformation campaign. Do you believe that?
Mr. Congressman, my disagreement with the issue is...
I think this is basically a yes or no question. Either you think so or you don't.
He was about to answer the question,
you
douche.
Okay, well then I'm going to answer not in the sense that that you're putting it.
Okay.
I think all countries engage in offensive information operations. The question is scale.
Do you believe that
the
Russia
Twitter files
engaged in hacking, reclaiming my time? This is how it works now. I'll ask the questions and you try to provide an answer if you can.
What an absolute
you have to allow him to answer.
Do you believe?
The gentleman is out of order and should not be interrupting a member asking a question on our side, Mr. Chairman.
Reclaiming my...
Oh, yeah. He's the one who's out of order. He goes, let me ask you a question. And the guy goes, okay, let me answer. And then he says, actually, no, I won't let you answer that question. He's being mean to me. Here's the question. Okay, so I would like to answer that. No, I'd like you to answer it in the way I want you to. I'm not gonna answer. No, if you want to hear my answer, no, actually, I don't. It's my time. I'm the one in charge. What a clown. And note, that god-awful woman was coming to his defense. That just god-awful woman. These people, man. These people.
My time from everyone. Do you believe that Russia engaged in a hack and release campaign damaging to the Clinton campaign back in 2016? Again,
no.
I don't know. And I would say it's irrelevant.
All right, let me ask Mr. Schellenbeck. These are pretty easy questions. That's just whether you believe it or not. Mr. Schellenbeck, same question. Do you believe that the Russian oligarch-controlled internet research agency interfered in the 2016 election?
I think that they tried to.
That's easy, no.
Okay, fair enough. Mr. Schellenbeck, do you...
Wait, why was it fair enough when Schellenberg, whatever, why was it fair enough when he said it? When Taibbi said it, he interrupted him and said, I think you just need to answer the question. That's the same way that he was answering it. What an absolute ass clown. Absolute ass clown. Get out of here.
You believe that the Russians engaged in a hack and release campaign with respect to the damaging information they released regarding the Clinton campaign?
To the best of my awareness, that is what happened.
Okay,
yes.
Fair enough. Thank you.
That's not the same thing.
The reason
influencing.
I understand. I understand.
Also, that material was true.
Yeah.
He goes, No, I understand, which is him trying to stop him from answering the question. This is what they always do, right? They want you to just say yes, because you could make an argument that it's technically true, but that's why I would just say no for all of this crap. It's no, because what you said was that was ended up being damaging to the Clinton campaign. No. Did the Russians attempt to interfere with a U.S. election? Of course they did. Now do the same thing with the United States picking any number of a dozen nations. This is what nations do. This happens all the time. But if your question is, did the Russians attempt to interfere in the 2016 election, resulting in damage to the Clinton campaign? No. I would have to say no. It was not damaging to the Clinton campaign because all 50 people who saw it. I mean, come on, dude. We're not talking about a large scale here. There was very few people who even found out about any of this information. They were incompetent. The Russians were incompetent on this one, okay? It was not a big deal. And if you want to try to credit these like weird information, emails and blah, blah, to the Russians, which I'm not entirely going to go down that road because I think that's kind of stupid. Taibbi even said, and Mr. Lynch here tells him, no, I get it. Well, we're moving on. To try to talk over him. He said, it was true, though. The information was true information. This wasn't a lie or disinformation, whatever they want to call it. It was true information. Well, how can... Quite frankly, I don't give a damn if it came from the Russians or the Chinese or anyone. Was it true? One thing I know for a fact is nothing could be more damaging to the Clinton campaign than themselves. Because every single intern, worker, security guy who works for the Clintons ends up committing suicide by being tied to a tree and shot in the back 8 times. So, I'm not sure they could do anything worse to them. You know, they could do anything worse than the Clintons already do to their own people. But that's neither here nor there.
Look, let me introduce a couple of documents just to reinforce that we've got.
That is not a legitimate predicate for censorship.
Unanimous reclaiming my time.
Sure.
Gentleman's out of order. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll ask unanimous consent to enter the indictment in the United States versus the Internet Research Agency.
See, again, it's the same thing that I said about that ridiculous woman at the beginning. The disrespect, the absolute just animus that they're showing the people that they're talking to. They can't even hide it. I mean, what a prick. What a prick.
Agency, U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia, number 118-32. And also asked to enter into the record the executive summary to Volume 1 of the Mueller Report, which states, in March 2016, the GRU began hacking, this is the Russian agency, began hacking the email accounts of the Clinton campaign, volunteers and employees, including campaign chairman John Podesta. The GRU later released additional materials through the organization WikiLeaks. The presidential campaign of Donald Trump showed interest in WikiLeaks releases of the documents and welcomed their potential damage to
WikiLeaks is badass, doing the Lord's work.
I've introduced these documents
without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've introduced these documents because it's clear to me that Russia's use of social media to interfere in the 2016 election created abundant reason.
Okay, I think
for social media platforms to be concerned.
Gentleman's time has expired. Without objection, these documents are entered into the record. We now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to continue along, in a sense, the line we've been on just now. Mr. Taibbi, Mr. Schellenberger, I'll ask both of you. Is it fair to say Russia is a bad actor who is trying to do everything they can to undermine confidence in the United States government and in our form of democracy?
Bruh. That might be one of the dumbest things I've ever heard anyone say ever. Dude, what? I'm going to continue down the road that we've been doing on it. Is it fair to say that Russia is a big meanie pants doo-doo head who could maybe have been mean to us? What in the name of God does that have to do with this? I mean, what a ridiculous question. Get out of here. Dude, who elects these assholes? What? And, of course, don't get me wrong. You can see plenty of dumbass shit from Republicans as well. There's a lot of it from Democrats. And a lot of it from Republicans even here who have a problem with this Twitter files thing because they're the uniparty types. But, dude, we're here to talk about the federal government censoring speech, specifically speech having to do with an election of a sitting president. You know, at the time, right? I mean, Trump was in office at the time. What? And your question is it fair to say that there was ever a time ever in the history of forever that Russia, who are a bunch of big bully butts, who are just total meanies, who are just bad guys, okay? Listen to me, bad guys, that they ever had a desire ever at any point to potentially influence or affect any kind of elections or anything that may have happened in the United States ever? That's your question? How far back are we going here? Bub? I seem to remember the Cold War. I mean, that is one of the dumbest shit. This guy. And of course, he's got a freaking bottle of hand sanitizer right in front of him. If this guy's not sitting here, he's probably, he probably uses, he probably wears a mask too whenever he's out in public.
I think that's a fair statement.
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the organization in Europe, the Global Engagement Center?
Yes.
Well, it's an American
State Department. I'm sorry, but are you familiar with the Global Engagement Center's use of European and other sources to in fact determine where Twitter files should or shouldn't be, if you will, taken down thousands of names and Twitter files, correct?
I'm not sure that Global Engagement Center is taking down Twitter files. I actually wasn't aware of that. I'm sorry.
Well, Twitter and the FBI have used this organization and their funding. Well, let me go on to another stay on the path I was on. You commented that the scale mattered. Okay, would you elaborate on scale mattering in the attempt to?
This is what I'm talking about here. Why are we at this point where we're doing these ridiculous semantic games here? All right, you alluded to scale mattering. Could you explain that to me? As if, it's actually part of the problem of why we're even watching this in the first place. Because it's all about cameras and social media clips and stuff. It's like, are you telling me, honestly, that there's somebody here, the U.S. House Judiciary Committee, there's somebody here who doesn't understand? Really, they have no idea that scale and effectiveness are important in any situation of any government operation ever. Does that even require, do you have to even elaborate on that? Really? So you think that, the Russians, they may have done something, but scale matters. Can you elaborate on that for me? Yes. They didn't do a lot of it. That's what I'm referring to, is that they weren't very good at it. They really they got nothing on the CIA. They're very good at this. The Russians were rather inept. What a waste of time. What a waste of time. And I'm here for it. And I don't mean that in the Zoomer way. I'm here for it. I don't mean the TikTok way. I mean, like, I'm literally I'm here for it right now. That's what I'm here for, is watching this.
Undermine free speech.
Absolutely. If I could take this. Yeah. So a great example of this is a report that the Global Engagement Center sent to Twitter and to members of the media and other platforms about what they called the pillars of Russian disinformation. Now, part of this report is what you would call, I think you would call, traditional, hardcore intelligence gathering, where they made a reasoned, evidence-based case that certain sites were linked to Russian influence or linked to the Russian government. In addition to that, however, they also said that sites that, quote, generate their own momentum and have opinions that are in line with those accounts are part of a propaganda ecosystem. Now, this is just another word for guilt by association. And this is the...
Oh, man. QRD. That was the actual goal of the Bay of Pigs. You know, people think there was something else going on there. That's why they call it a pig. They wanted to get him to fart like a pig. But no, yeah, the CIA is ridiculous.
The problem with the whole idea of trying to identify which accounts are actually the Russian Internet Research Agency and which ones are just people who followed those accounts or retweeted them. Twitter initially did not find more than a handful of IRA accounts. It wasn't until they got into an argument with the Senate Select Intelligence Committee that they came back with a different answer.
Okay, so scale matters, but let me go through a couple of quick questions that I think are part of the reason that we have this select committee.
All right, man. I'm sure they're going to be as good as all your other questions. Let's go.
This country has political parties and people from the, what one might call the extreme left and extreme right. And even Congress has people that might be considered outside the main street of Republican and Democratic thinking. Those people...
I've been ripping on this guy, but credit where credit's due, even if it's just to pay lip service to try to pretend like you're sane. He did say that there is a far left. Credit where credit is due. You almost never see that, ever. Usually it's the far right. But hey, at least he's trying to pretend to be unbiased here. That's more than most people do. I'll give him credit for it.
People speak regularly, and they have since our founding. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the ACLU and journalists almost always support their right to say what they believe, even if you disagree.
Absolutely.
And our Constitution says we will make no law to restrain exactly that kind of free speech.
Yes.
And that includes people who promote the idea that we should redistribute all wealth in a communist type way. As a matter of fact, we still have a communist party in the United States. Isn't that correct?
It is.
Okay, so the limit of free speech historically has been incitement to violence or anarchy, the actual overthrow of a government. Anything other than that is historically covered by the First Amendment.
Yes.
So when we look at the very nature of the State Department funding to affect domestic U.S. speech, was that speech outside the legal bounds? Did it call for insurrection or other criminal activities that would destroy our government?
No, I mean, we did not. I mean, we're not saying that that didn't happen, but we're describing people having political arguments online.
Right, so let me just, because my time's limited like everyone's. So it's suffice to say that every bit of the speech, or virtually every bit of the speech, whether foreign or domestic online, fell within the normal protections of the First Amendment, and the very act of federal dollars being used to stifle that speech is in fact historically what we would consider an indictment against the First Amendment protections.
Correct.
That is why we have this subcommittee. That is why we are here today. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman, and a great point. I now recognize the gentlelady.
I mean, yeah, I would agree. I guess I'm just wondering what the point of that was at the end there. It didn't seem to cover any new ground or new points. I wonder if he was just he realized that he was looking kind of hard lefty, or it's like he just ended that by saying, so we can agree that freedom of speech is good, and I am also saying that freedom of speech is good, therefore I am good, correct, sir? Or can we be on the same page here? Yeah, I guess so, sure. Good. Just wanted to make sure. Okay.
From Florida for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Taibbi, I want to ask about journalistic ethics and information sources. The Society of Professional Journalists.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Guys, this is what we're going to get to the good stuff. We've got some poster boards here, and I can already tell, and I haven't seen this, but I can already tell here. Here, you ready? Check this out. Enhance. Beep, boop, beep, boop, boop. One of these poster boards has Joe Rogan on it. Dude, we are about to get into some good quality stuff here. This is going to be great. Are you ready? Joe Rogan. I'll give you one guess as to where she's lining up with on this. If she's got an entire poster board of Joe Rogan behind her. Dude. This is going to be good. I'm super hyped for this. And of course, you're absolutely right. There's nothing better than a Grandpa Jones poster. But I can't believe no one's brought up. I guess it's been a while since I've done a living room stream. I think I only did it once before when we did the Day of Racial Healing. The Day of Racial Healing. And believe me, races were healed. I added one new thing to the wall. And I think it's great. All right, here we go. I'm actually super hyped for this. This is going to be good.
Journalist Code of Ethics asserts that journalists should avoid political activities that can compromise integrity or credibility. Being a Republican witness today certainly casts a cloud over your objectivity. But a deeper concern that I have relates to the ethics of how journalists receive and present certain information. Journalists should avoid accepting spoon-fed, cherry-picked information if it's likely to be slanted, incomplete, or designed to reach a foregone, easily disputed, or invalid conclusion. Would you...
Damn. This is gonna be good. Holy crap. I gotta hear that again. Just that I mean, holy hell. That was something else.
Should avoid political activities that can compromise integrity or credibility. Being a Republican witness today certainly casts a cloud over your objectivity. But a deeper concern that I have relates to the ethics of how journalists receive and present certain information. Journalists should avoid accepting spoon-fed, cherry-picked information if it's likely to be slanted, incomplete, or designed to reach a foregone, easily disputed, or invalid conclusion. Would you agree with that?
Damn. Damn. Everything that just came out of her mouth is exactly what I would expect to come out of someone's mouth who looks like this. Holy hell, lady. There was so much ridiculous gobbledygook nonsense in that statement. Oh my God. I can tell you right now, if her eyes didn't look in two different directions, after she was done, in public office serving the people, she would absolutely have a job on CNN or MSNBC, because damn. That is exactly how all these people talk. Hey, so I already have the fact that you were asked here by Republicans already calls you into question on your bias rating, but and then goes on to proceeds to go on and explain that you are an absolute piece of shit bad person. Would you agree that journalists shouldn't just take anything that's spoon-fed to them, spoon-fed to them, and is biased, cherry-picked information, clearly implying that this is what I think you just did? Would you agree that you're a terrible person? Yes or no? That is a perfect CNN or MSNBC question. Damn. I just got to hear it again one more time before we hear the answer. Holy hell, lady. I would expect nothing less from someone who brought a poster board of Joe Rogan. I can't wait till we get to that.
Mr. Taibbi, I want to ask about journalistic ethics and information sources. The Society of Professional Journalists Code of Ethics asserts that journalists should avoid political activities that can compromise integrity or credibility. Being a Republican witness today certainly casts a cloud over your objectivity.
See, of course, just being a Republican witness. They're not, neither of these people are Republicans. In fact, they're both Democrats, but the fact that the Republicans would want you here at all casts a shadow. A dark, racist, far-right extremist, content editing, out-of-context pushing, neo-Nazi, extreme racist fascist. Wouldn't you agree? Oh. And you're ugly. So there's that too.
But a deeper concern that I have relates to the ethics of how journalists receive and present certain information. Journalists should avoid accepting spoon-fed, cherry-picked information if it's likely to be slanted, incomplete, or designed to reach a foregone, easily disputed, or invalid conclusion. Would you agree with that?
I think it depends.
Really? You wouldn't agree that a journalist should avoid spoon-fed, cherry-picked information if it's likely to be slanted, incomplete, or designed to reach a foregone, easily disputed...
See, Taibbi here he's trying to be a Chad. He's trying, but he's just not quite there. I think it's because he's bald. If he had hair, or if he was man enough to just completely shave his head, there's no shame in losing your hair. Okay, it happens. It happens. Hasn't happened to me yet, but it does happen. Just shave that shit, bro. Just shave it. Just get rid of it. I think the fact that he's got the little Friar Tuck thing going on, he's not as confident. He's trying to be a Chad. What he needs to do is immediately just disagree. This is what we need to have happen. That statement, that question was so ridiculous on its face. It should not even dignify a response. And by that I mean immediately, as soon as she says, "Would you agree?" After saying, "Aren't you a terrible piece of shit who is a god-awful person that shouldn't even be allowed in this room? Would you agree with that?" You just go, "No." Really? You don't agree? "No, I do not." And then as she continues to try to ask further questions, you just say, "No." We have to stop indulging these people. If we stop indulging this insanity, they'll stop getting elected. I have not seen this interaction before. This is not any of the clips I've seen going around, but I can guarantee you that this has been shared around as a girl boss owns the far-right evil Matt Taibbi. Guarantee it. Absolute guarantee it 100%. You have to stop indulging this shit. Would you agree? No. Not this wishy-washy. Well, it depends because, yes, it does. It depend because it depends on what this person means. But we all know what this person means. We know what she means. We know what she's doing. We know what her agenda is. Don't waste time. No. No. That's it. No.
Or invalid conclusion?
Mrs. Congresswoman, I've done probably a dozen stories involving whistleblowers. Every reported story that I've ever done across 3 decades involves sources who have motives. Every time you do a story, you're making a balancing test between the public interest.
Reclaiming my time. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I ask you this because before you became Elon Musk...
Okay, you're not answering my question the way that I want. Again, this is what every person on this whole hearing, this is what they've done. The people who that have their own agenda, who think that these are bad guys, won't even let them answer a single question. And you're ugly.
Musk's hand-picked journalists, and pardon the oxymoron. You stated this on Joe Rogan's podcast about being spoon-fed information, and I quote, "I think that's true of any kind of journalism," and you'll see it behind me here. "I think that's true of any kind of journalism. Once you start getting handed things, then you've lost. They have you at that point, and you got to get out of that habit. You just can't cross that line." Do you still believe what you told Mr. Rogan? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes.
Good. Now, you crossed that line with the Twitter files.
No.
Elon Musk, it's my time.
Absolutely not.
Please do not interrupt me.
What a bitch-a-rooney dooney. This is my time? This is my time. No. This is my time.
Elon Musk...
I'm sorry, ma'am. This is my time. This is my stream. Stop it. Oh, I asked you a question? Stop it. Don't answer. This is my time.
Elon Musk spoon-fed you his cherry-picked information, which you must have suspected promotes a slanted viewpoint, or at the very least generates another right-wing conspiracy theory. You violated your own standard, and you appear to have benefited from it. Before the release of the emails in August of last year, you had 661,000 Twitter followers. After the Twitter files, your followers doubled, and now it's 3 times what it was last August. I imagine your Substack readership, which is a subscription, increased significantly because of the work that you did for Elon Musk. Now, I'm not asking you to put a dollar figure on it, but it's quite obvious that you've profited from the Twitter files. You hit the jackpot on that Vegas slot machine to which you referred. That's true, isn't it?
What a bitch a Rooney Dooney. Damn, lady. Good Lord. Wow. There's just so much to say that it's impossible. It's impossible. I mean, first of all, oh my God. Breaking news. Breaking news. Journalist personally benefits from breaking big story. Well, this has never happened. This must be some kind of right-wing plot to reward people who create things that people want to see. It's some kind of, it's a conspiracy to destroy our democracy. Being rewarded for doing a good job. Wow. I can't believe that Taibbi's not being thrown in cuffs right now, because that's insane. We all know that the greatest journalist of our time, Rachel Maddow, does not benefit in the slightest from her show and from her ridiculous blog. She lives in a cardboard box in Memphis, and they take her out to do the show because she believes in the show. Does not make a dime. And if someone does make a dime off of it, they must be evil. 100% of the time. No joke. Has to be. Absolutely has to be evil. Oh. God, I'd have to go. Maybe this woman deserves her own video. Maybe I'll make it, because, man, there's just so many things. And there's still an hour left of this. I can't respond to every single thing right now. Damn. I need a beer for this.
I've also reinvested.
You've made some. No. Is it true that you have profited since you were the recipient of the Twitter files? You've made money. Yes or no?
Well, that's, of course, a question you would have to say yes to. She just said, have you made money since the Twitter files? So the only way that he could say no to that and actually not be lying is if that he hasn't made a dime off of anything since then. What a bitch a Rooney Dooney.
I think it's probably a wash, honestly.
Nope. You have made money that you did not have before, correct?
But I've also spent money that I didn't have
Okay.
before. I just hired a whole group of
ridiculous
people.
Patently obvious answer, reclaiming my time.
Wow.
Attention
Reclaiming my
is a powerful
time.
drug. Eyeballs, money, prominence, attention, all of it points to problems with accuracy and credibility. And the larger point, which is social media companies are not biased against conservatives, and if anything, they ignored their own policies by allowing Trump and other MAGA extremists to post incessant lies, endangering public safety and even our democracy.
Of course, as we all know, literally not true. Because when people like Jack Dorsey and Mark Zuckerberg have been in front of these types of committees, neither one of them could name even one single left-wing person that they had banned. Not one. I think we all know there's been more than one right-wing person banned. But, you know. Sure, the evidence, as she says, shows the opposite. That They haven't been banned. Okay. Sure.
To Twitter in 2020 that was referenced in General Counsel Jim Baker's email. I first want to confirm that nowhere in the email does Baker say that the money was paid
I skipped ahead on
your
accident.
followers doubled, and now it's 3 times.
Yeah.
But it's quite obvious that you've profited. That's true.
Yeah,
profited since you were this.
Man, imagine a reporter profiting on their work. That's the insanity.
Recipient of the Twitter files.
Gosh, honestly.
Nope. You have made money that you did
All right,
not
here we
have
go.
before, correct?
But I've also spent money that I didn't have
Okay.
before. I just hired a whole group of people to
Patently
investigate.
obvious answer, reclaiming my time. Attention is a powerful drug. Eyeballs, money, prominence, attention, all of it points to problems with accuracy and credibility. And the larger...
Wait. This woman said eyeballs. It's clearly because she's jealous. Because hers don't look in the same direction.
point, which is social media companies are not biased against conservatives, and if anything, they ignored their own policies by allowing Trump and other MAGA extremists to post incessant lies, endangering public safety and even our democracy. Hypocrisy is the hangover of an addiction to attention. Now, I want to point out another.
See, this is what's happened to our politics. Knowing that this is going to be broadcast. The only reason she said that ridiculous statement is because she's hoping that the Washington Post, the New York Times, CNN, someone's going to write an article where the headline is, Miss Schultz destroys Matt Taibbi by saying hypocrisy is the hangover of... What was it she said? One more time? Because it's just so brilliant.
Conservatives, and if anything, they ignored their own policies by allowing Trump and other MAGA extremists to post incessant lies, endangering public safety and even our democracy. Hypocrisy is the hangover of an addiction to attention. Now, I want to point out another alleged finding from the Twitter files. Mr. Schellenberger, you've referenced...
Whoa. Got him. What a world.
Several times, this $3.4 million that the FBI paid to Twitter in 2020 that was referenced in General Counsel Jim Baker's email. I first want to confirm that nowhere in the email does Baker say that the money was paid to censor information, take down posts, suspend accounts, or do anything relating to content moderation. Is that correct?
It is.
Man, that's exactly like what that other guy was saying. I would just like to point out that Yoel Roth said that he was never coerced to do what the FBI said. He just did it. So, he didn't feel coerced because he wanted to do it. Wow, what an argument. Fantastic. You mean the person who's accused, the guilty party, says, it's no big deal, you guys. It's no big deal.
Thank you. But honest reporting would have explained that the $3.4 million was paid to release information, not censor it. One of my colleagues on this panel repeated your distortions and told Americans this reimbursement was used to, quote, censor certain stories. That's a flat-out lie. Mr. Schellenberger, are you aware of Section 2706 under the Stored Communications Act? It says when social media companies comply with subpoenas, warrants, or court orders, it costs them money, so they get reimbursed. The FBI makes these requests and reimbursements to discover evidence and run relevant to a criminal investigation. Let me repeat that. The FBI makes these requests to help catch the bad guys. That helps keep child predators off social media sites. It helps keep violent criminals off.
Oh, man, this old line about how, we're only doing this to catch the bad guys. Oh, what? You don't want your phones to be tapped? You don't want to be monitored 24/7? What do you have to hide? This is only for the bad guys. We're catching the bad guys. No. Stop it. Stop it. Bad dog. Stop it. No more. Fucking bitch.
Off our streets. I support the FBI and our law enforcement agencies. It would be nice if our Republican colleagues did the same and not fabricate explanations for payments that are defined for clear purposes in federal law. My time is just about wrapped up.
May I respond?
The truth is that social media companies are unregulated monoliths. They pose danger to individuals. They allow posts that bring harm, and that's the bottom line. That the other side will not tell you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman had no time to yield back, but I will let the gentleman, Mr. Schellenberger, respond. And I would also point out that I did not say what the
Mr.
FBI
Chairman,
paid Twitter for. All I said was they paid Twitter $3.4 million.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. I didn't ask Mr. Schellenberger a question.
Yeah, but he wants to.
Dude, this is ridiculous. This is what they do. All right, we're going to start talking. Here's my questions. And then she just rambles for 15 minutes. Oh, no, actually, I don't want him to respond. Don't let him respond. Don't let him respond to what I said because I just talked shit for 15 minutes. Don't let him respond. I didn't ask him a question. Don't let him respond. Fired. You should be fired, sacked, guillotine, whatever. Get out. How do these people... Damn. No, don't let him respond. I just said a bunch of lies. Don't let him respond to them. That would be dangerous to our democracy. Dangerous to our democracy, you guys. Letting someone respond to the accusations against them, absolutely undemocratic. Could not happen in this nation. What a fascist.
Witness wants to respond, and the witness have been invited to our guests, and frankly, they've been attacked by the federal government.
Well, please do that.
I'm going to let Mr. Schellenberger answer that before recognizing Mr. Bishop.
So are you going to do that as we move down the line of questioners?
The gentleman has not been recognized. You had your 5 minutes, and frankly, I think that's at the discretion of the chair. Mr. Schellenberger, you can respond briefly.
I'll be brief, which is that my understanding from those files is that Twitter had decided not to take that money until recently. So if you read that email, what Stasha, I believe, the person that sent it, is saying is that they started taking money after previously not taking it. And I believe that the reason that they had not taken it earlier was because they did not want that financial conflict clouding their relationship.
Mr. Chairman, the money is payment under federal law so that they can
The gentleman from
costs
North Carolina, Mr. Bishop, is recognized for 5 minutes.
material that they've been asked.
Dude, what a fucking bitch. Good Lord, lady. Don't let him respond. Oh, now he responds? I want to interrupt and not let him respond. Dude, this is ridiculous. First of all, who gives a flying fuck what the money was said it was for? Like I said, this is like saying that you rob somebody at gunpoint, steal everything they have on them, and then when you get arrested or you get accused of the crime, you just say, well, I didn't think it was robbery. That's not what I did it for. That's not what happened. Okay. I mean, they could have given them all this money and wrote down in the memo, it's for cheese pizza, you guys. It's for cheese pizza. Is she going to sit here and explain to me? Well, it says right there in the memo, it was for a pizza party, you guys. It was for a pizza party. I know that there's all these other emails, interactions, voice conversations, and literally thousands of documents of evidence. But the memo on the check for the millions of dollars just says cheese pizza. Come on, you guys. Don't you believe me? We're the government. We're here to help. We are here to help. Listen, we told you this is all for your own good. And in case you don't believe us, we wrote it down right here. It says right here, for your own good. It just so happens we wrote it down on a bullet that's now being loaded into a rifle and put to your head. But it says right there, it's written on it, you cannot refute this. Did we not claim that this was for your own good? Brilliant argument. Brilliant. Very compelling. Very compelling. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank the gentleman. And Mr. Taibbi, would you care to, I'm down here on this end, sir. Would you care to respond to the attack on your ethics? You weren't given really an opportunity to answer. And if you'd be brief, I've got a bunch of stuff I want to ask you as well.
Sure, just quickly, that moment on the Joe Rogan show, I was actually recounting a section from Seymour Hersh's book, Reporter, where he described a scene where the CIA gave him a story, and he was very uncomfortable. He said that I, who had always gotten the secrets, was being handed the secrets. Look, again, I've done lots of whistleblower stories. There's always a balancing test that you make when you're given material, and you're always balancing newsworthiness versus the motives of your sources. In this case, the newsworthiness clearly outweighed any other considerations, and I think everybody else who worked on the project agreed.
Doesn't it seem like any reporter who breaks a blockbuster story is going to get attention, and there may be even financial consequences that follow? It seems like as surely as the night follows the day, that's the case, right?
That is true, although I would like to clear up, some things that have been misrepresented. Not one of us has actually been paid to do any of this work. We've all, traveled on our own. We've hired our personnel on our own, and I've just hired a pretty large team to investigate this issue out of my own pocket.
The fact that the attempt comes from the dais across the aisle to smear you, frankly, I think liberals, if I understand that, in your background, you're both good liberals, and you come in, and the Democrats' hostility to what you've undertaken is astonishing to behold, but it's part of the picture we're seeing. In Twitter Files number 15, Mr. Taibbi, you exposed Hamilton 68, a website associated with the German Marshall Fund that purported in a dashboard to identify Russian bot networks and became ubiquitously cited by media to identify media stories or narratives that supposedly flowed from Russia. From Russia! You showed that the front man for Hamilton 68 was Clint Watts, a former FBI agent. At Twitter, the trust and safety executives were ridiculing Hamilton 68 for the ludicrous identifications that it was making, which they could reverse engineer and figure out who those accounts were.
Yeah, in case you missed my rant about that earlier, QRD and Majin, I had the rant on that earlier. That it's over. It's not going to get any better. The best we can hope is to salvage some good things from it. That was my black pill rant. It's over, man. There's no going back to the good old days. They have screwed us too hard. But we can salvage some of it. It's not all bad news. We can salvage it. We can make it still livable again. But that's going to be a lot of work. And I don't think many people have the stomach for it. But we'll see, because it doesn't take many. We'll see. We'll see if people actually can do it. There's a few people out there. Thomas Massey is one of the few people in the federal government that seems to have a good head on his shoulders that could actually do something if given the proper resources. There's a few people. But nah, the good old days are gone, man. That ship has sailed thanks to these assholes. Totally sailed.
And then in Twitter Files number 17, after disclosing Mr. Watt's identity, you disclosed that J.M. Berger is the creator of Hamilton 68. And guess what? He was a federal contractor, right?
He was, yes. He denies that he worked on it for the Global Engagement Center, but he was an employee of theirs until about a month before the dashboard's release.
Just a month before, and he said, I believe publicly, that the dashboard was the product of 3 years' work. So doesn't it beg sort of the intriguing question whether the creation of this fraudulent Hamilton 68 dashboard was effectively underwritten by government funding?
Yes, I think that's a good question. Certainly the German Marshall Fund, which is the NGO that is at the top of the chain in this organization. It's the German Marshall Fund, then the Alliance for Securing Democracy, and then Hamilton 68. They're a federal contractor. They received over $1 million from the Department of Defense. They're the board of the Alliance for Securing Democracy, has a former acting head of the CIA, a former deputy head of the NSA, a former chief of the DHS on it. So
I want to make, and the bigger point is hard because the examples sometimes start making it. I want to introduce you to, or introduce the country to somebody else. I think you've mentioned it in one of your writings, Richard Stengel. You know who that is?
Yes, he's the former, the first head of the Global Engagement Center.
I want the American people to hear from him for 30 seconds.
Basically, every country creates their own narrative story. And you know, my old job at the State Department was what people used to joke as the chief propagandist job. We haven't talked about propaganda. Propaganda, I'm not against propaganda. Every country does it, and they have to do it to their own population.
Every country does it. Every country does propaganda, and they have to do it to their own people, is what Mr. Stengel said. If I understand correctly, he was the head of the Global Engagement Center at its creation, right?
He was, and in his book, Information Wars, there are a number of passages where he talks about creating a whole of government solution to.
Well, definitely, for sure. I mean, you'd have to be absolutely naive or just using for political points to say that propaganda isn't just like the most common thing on the face of the planet. Every government that's ever existed since the beginning of cultures and societies on the face of the planet, like forever, since the dawn of time, has had propaganda. I mean, that's definitely true. I mean, there's really no way you can get around that. To imply that it's some kind of what? Propaganda? No, what? But yeah, Creature, in response to your chat here. Come on, are you for real? Dude, the good old days have been gone for, well, really long, much longer than I've been alive. That's how long the good old days have been gone, is that we still think that the 50s was like the good old days. And certainly, in a cultural way, you could make some arguments for cultural, I mean, for sure. And art and, you know, media and stuff, you can make arguments for it. But as a nation, we've been losing all that stuff. There's plenty of cultural arguments. Hey, I love the 90s too, man. The 90s were great. For culture. I liked culture. But man, in terms of what's led us to this point, if you were going to try to fix it, you'd have to go back to the early 1900s. I mean, hey, this has been a long time coming. If we can all go back to Jekyll Island and just assassinate a few key people, we'd be living pretty well. And that's just one of many things that we could do. I'm telling you. We've had great cultural moments. You know, society itself has been great, but the government, man, the government takeover, that's been real for a long time. And it's not even a government takeover. It's the thing that's a conspiracy theory. Whatever you want to call it, the deep state, the New World Order, the Illuminati, whatever you want to call it. It seems pretty disingenuous, and you kind of come off as stupid at this point. I'm not saying you, but I say people would come off as stupid if at this point you don't think that there's a global cabal that is trying to enforce the globalized homogenization of the planet. Especially since they finally they're just out saying it in public now. They're not even these aren't forums on the internet from 95. This is, they just say it online. Or they say it in real life, not online. They just say it. I mean, of course there's Klaus Schwab, but Klaus Schwab, I mean, he talks about it, man. Just right there in the open about how he's been doing this shit since the 70s. This is not some new thing. They think that they've gained enough ground, which I'm not entirely sure they're wrong. I think they're actually pretty right that they've gained enough ground that they can now talk about it publicly. There's pushback on it. Of course there is. But nowhere near as much pushback as if they had tried to do this back in the 80s or 90s. 80s or 90s, I don't think anyone in the United States, I mean, there'd been a very small group of people who would have been on board with it. I mean, there's people right now who agree with this, who are just regular people. And a lot of them do. So yeah, the good old days are gone. Because I'd argue the good old days, yeah, are like pre-depression. The takeover of our federal government, and no, this isn't a long-reaching generational conspiracy about how there was a plan set forth by somebody. No, it's just how everything always works. Incremental corruption, incremental greed over time, where people start to take over these institutions. Dude, we were ready to have every single person in this on this continent die for less than 3% in taxes. And look at where we are now. And tell me that's the same from where we were in the 20s or the 10s, right? Come on. No. We lost the spirit. The good old days are gone. And I'm not saying the good old days were, the Founding Fathers days. Oh, tons of great culture, tons of great societal things. Our society was definitely better from the 90s back than it has been in the 2000s. 100%. But come on. The takeover of the government has been slow, but it has been consistent. And it has not mattered who was in power. Whether they were Republicans or Democrats, it's been a consistent march towards the left and towards authoritarianism and towards what we're seeing right now here with the Twitter Files hearing, where there's this absolute authoritarian censorship of information. It doesn't matter. I mean, like, people, for some reason, conservatives still really love Reagan and stuff like this. Dude, no. Certainly, we've had better presidents than others, 100%. But look at the trajectory of the federal government. It's only grown and become more authoritarian. That's all it's ever done. There's never been a time where we've actually successfully beat it back. Not once. Slowed it down, maybe. Taking it back, like actually like taking power away, not once that I'm aware of. And that's what this guy's here talking about, right?
To the information problem, he hastened to say that he didn't want to create a quote information ministry, but what he was describing roughly approximates that.
In the half minute I've got left, he also was associated with Hamilton 68, right?
The Global Engagement Center certainly had ties to Hamilton 68.
I think it's closer than that. Well, that'll come out.
Okay. Well, I'd be anxious to hear that.
I hope I'll get yielded in a minute or two from somebody else down the way. There's all sorts of stuff to disclose. This committee has to uncover not that single instance, but this system that you have described. This is the hope that Americans have to set this right. This committee. And that hostility shows what we're up against. It's not 3 pillars to the system, it is 4. And you're seeing the left move to crush you and anybody else who tries to expose this. I yield.
I thank the gentleman for his great 5 minutes. And we now yield to the gentleman from Virginia.
And I would like to say, just in the interest of being fair, because I just ripped on some of these Democrats for how long about this grandstanding stuff. That was pointless too. Pointing out what they're doing wrong is not, it's just not helpful. No, in a show or whatever, it's great, but here it's like you're wasting time. Let Taibbi talk. Let Schellenberg talk. Because that's what we're here for, and those are the people who can actually show what's happening. What a waste of time. He's not wrong in what he said, but an absolute showboating waste of time. Just stop. Oh, man. What are we here for?
Mr. Conley. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know what to say after that last one. We're fellow Americans, and we're elected officials. We're trying to get at the truth, and we're trying to participate in the process at getting at the truth. Mr. Taibbi, you have said that this isn't really a matter of right or left, that there are lots of different ideological colorations involved in the Twitter files. Is that roughly correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Schellenberg, you would agree with that?
Yes.
So when you release information, have you released any information of, for example, right-wing elements or the Trump White House attempting to moderate content at Twitter?
Yes. No, not the Trump White House per se, although I did report initially.
Bruh. As if we don't... This was the thing. I've seen this online where in response to the footage that Tucker Carlson released, where people are showing the footage from January 6th that's been known since the beginning. It's been on CNN and everywhere else. They're like, oh, Tucker Carlson showed you these things. Did he show you this? No, he didn't need to. It's literally been plastered over every single major news network since it happened. Have you talked about any kind of right-wing malfeasance? Have you exposed anything to do? Well, first of all, there isn't any as far as the Trump administration on trying to do, that would have been present in the Twitter files because they were the ones being censored. But really, you want to ask about right-wing malfeasance? Fucking turn on the TV, my dude. Turn on the TV. It's on every news channel you could ever find. Even Fox News does it. I mean, come on, dude. Have you reported on anything from the right wing? Oh, yeah, because that's what we're lacking in our media ecosystem here. Right-wing attacks. Or, attacks on the right wing. That's what we're sorely lacking that. You just never see that. Anyway, I'm sure he'll be satisfied with the answer, of course.
Initially in the first Twitter files that the Trump White House had made and requests and had been honored.
Mr. Schellenberg?
I did not find that.
You haven't found it. So we had a hearing the other day on Twitter, and we had 4 witnesses, 3 for the majority, 1 for the minority, and all 4 testified under oath they had never received a request for content moderation or takedown by the Biden White House, but they did from Donald Trump's White House. And specifically, the case brought up was an
absolute direct contradiction with what that other woman was saying. And the second speaker, what was the hell was that guy's name? I can't remember. The name started with a W. I can't remember what the hell his name was. That statement is in direct contradiction with what the crazy wild-eyed lady in pink and the guy who starts the name with a W who looked like, I don't know, he kind of looked like one of the villains from Biker Mice from Mars. But neither here nor there. Both of their arguments was they were contacted, but they weren't coerced. Now this guy's saying they said they were never contacted. Well, which is it? That's pretty different. He's saying they were never contacted. No one up till this point has even argued that they weren't contacted. They've said that they were contacted, but there was no coercion, that they didn't force them to do anything. They just wanted to do it. Again, as I've said many times, as if that's a defense for breaking the law. Well, I didn't see it as coercion, so, it's no big deal. This guy.
Exchange between Donald Trump, then President of the United States.
Oh, I got... Vic, do you know about biker mice from Mars? Because I got to tell you, living in Tennessee, I've only ever met one person ever who knew what biker mice from Mars was. That's a West Coast thing. That was before we moved to Tennessee when I was 11 years old, something like that. I still have on VHS the first ever VHS released from Biker Mice from Mars. The what was it called? It was the Ice Storm one with Limburger, and the city was covered in snow. Biker Mice from Mars, something frost or something ice, something like that. Oh yeah, I used to watch that on TV all the time, man. Biker Mice from Mars. I had all the toys too. Throttle, Vinny, Moto. Hell yeah, man. I still actually have one of the toys, and it's sitting on my mantle right now. Dude, that's when they made cartoon characters that were men. Before the wokeness. Mice men who rode motorcycles that had tattoos and were muscly as hell. I'll have to take a picture of it and put it in the Discord. Did you know they did a remake of that, of Biker Mice from Mars, and they did make it incredibly gay? That's an actual thing that they did. They made them all like super thin and effeminate, and they changed their bikes where they didn't have Harleys anymore. They had those little like sleek crotch rocket type things. Oh yeah, that's a real thing that happened. I gotta look it up right now and see if I can find the remake. Oh, here's the toys I had. These are the ones that I had. Loading. And I still have them. Where's the remake? I actually have the whole series on my backup track. Man, I can't find the remake. I saw it on YouTube a few years ago. It was in like 2005 or something like that. Oh, here it is. 2006. Oh, man. It's painful. Oh, it's so bad to look at. Oh, jeez. First of all, I'm trying to get... The original, man. See if it'll load. It's not loading. I don't know why. God, this picture is badass. I wanted to show this one, but I guess it's for some reason it won't load. Oh, here we go. There we go. This is I had these toys, man. Yeah. Oh, it's trying to, yeah. There we go. There we go. I think that's Vinny is the one in the middle. That's the one I still have. It's sitting on the mantle in the house. It was just something I found again recently. It was hilarious. I was like, I'm going to put this up here. Why not? But of course, okay, what they actually looked like in the show, right? There we go. Oh, yeah. Absolutely jacked. Eye patch, tattoos, rode Harleys. Great show, man. Great show. And now, they redid it in 2006. They look like they've been on drugs. Like it looks like they did a lot of meth. Really. Oh, geez. They are not looking good. Emaciated. They do not look healthy compared to the original. When they were jacked Harley riders. If that's what it was, they finally just stopped doing steroids. God, I'm trying to find something that's from the promotional art for it. I can't find it. There's a few screen caps, but it doesn't do it justice from like the way they did the terrible remake. I'm finding mostly stuff from the original. Oh, I can't find it. It's like the only one I could find that's actually a decent picture of what the new ones were. Well, anyway, you know the originals. That was the good stuff. Oh, yeah, look at this freaking dude, man. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure his name was Moto. What did they do to him? Oh, they massacred my boy. I said the originals. God, it's all low res stuff, of course, because that's how it was. But yeah, the original, they're like, dude, look at this badass guy, right? Riding a freaking Harley with his eye patch. And you're like, man, look at him. Look at me. It's just, what a badass. And then they did this. Oh, look at him. At least they gave him, at least they let him have a strong chin. Versus this, I mean, look at the arms on that guy. You wouldn't mess with this dude. And then we got our guy over here. Gee. Look at him. Oh, dude. And the bikes just weren't as cool either. I mean, maybe everyone's biased, for whatever it was they grew up with, which is fine. I mean, I get it. I'll accept that. But I would argue the original biker mice from Mars, absolute badasses. Here we go. Let's see. Get this to load. We'll get back into our regularly scheduled programming of listening to the federal government be absolute dumbasses, but this is important. This is what we grew up with on the West Coast.
Братан, смотри, как я проскочу мимо того хряка с Сатурна.
It's playing the freaking... Oh, shit. Let's try this one. There we go.
Yep, that's me. I'm the baddest motorcycle mama.
Be in Spanish.
Modest too.
This is living. Nothing to do but rocking and rolling and racing through the cosmos.
Out here drinking beers.
Problem?
Sir, target identified as a cyclodrome thunderpipe, used only by the cave mouse population from the planet Mars.
Impossible. Weren't all Martian mice destroyed during the Plutarchian occupation of Mars? I wonder. Gonna blow that ship to the
Let me try to... I don't know why it got all messed up. Here, fixing it live.
Somebody out there doesn't like us.
Yeah, those somebodies look a lot
There we go.
like Plutarchians. I can almost smell them from here.
Looks like we've crossed with one of their destroyers. Vape 'em. What do you say we fry the fins off those stink faces? Do it.
Oh shit! So, I didn't realize the background music still playing.
Vincent, it works better if you shoot before the weapon flies out the door. Yeah, well, timing's everything.
So what are we gonna do?
That's easy. We're going down.
That's why I grew up liking motorcycles and tattoos. Oh, come on, man. Yeah, you don't know. You don't know what it is. It's the right ear is the gay one. And you know what's funny is I always wanted to remember that because people would ask me about that all the time. And when I started getting when I got my ears pierced the first time, and so I got a double piercing on the left ear, so that I'd always be able to remember when someone asked me, "Oh, which one's the gay ear, man?" It's the right one. Dude, I had so many people ask me that. I mean, culture is different now. I feel like if you talk to anybody, younger millennial or a Zoomer, and you said which one's the gay ear, they'd have no idea what you're talking about. But that was the thing. I had so many people ask me that, and it was so annoying that I got a second piercing on my left ear. I don't think I ever even used it. I had like something in it long enough for it to be closed up. You can't even see it really anymore on my ear, but I can feel it. I can feel where that, if anyone who knows is had their ear pierced is Even if you have something out of it for a long time, you can feel it, and you can feel where the piercing is. Why are you gay? Oh, son of a... Okay, jeez, I was like, no, I rolled it back. No, this is the one different hearing. Man.
And Chrissy Teigen, where he had called
Chrissy Teigen. Okay, I missed this. We gotta roll it. We gotta roll it back so I can get the context. Jeez. Dude, what a fucking clown show our government is. I mean, even the people who say like some decent things and ask real questions, absolute clowns. Every single one of them. There's only like 6 people in the entire federal government. The Senate, Congress, in the Biden administration, across any intelligence. There's only like 6 to 8 people at most. Or even like halfway sane. Oh, man. This is our country, ladies and gentlemen. We got to roll this back so I can see what the hell we're talking about. Chrissy Teigen, what the fuck?
content moderation, testified under oath they had never received a request for content moderation or takedown by the Biden White House, but they did from Donald Trump's White House. And specifically, the case brought up was an exchange between Donald Trump, then President of the United States, and Chrissy Teigen.
Oh, I think he's talking about something else. But it just wouldn't be fair since I ripped on Schultz so hard for this. This guy's eyes don't look the same direction either. I mean, I really laid into Wasserman Schultz for this, for having 2 eyes that didn't look the same direction. His eyes don't look the same direction either. So I just, in the interest of fairness, in the interest of bipartisan acceptance, his eyes also don't... Actually, no, he's a Democrat too, so never mind. Well, his eyes don't... In the interest of not being a sexist, okay? Not a sexist, not a misogynist, this guy's eyes don't look the same direction either. It happens. It happens.
Where he had called her something and she called him something back. I won't repeat it. And this was under oath confirmed. Yeah, that happened, and that the White House shortly thereafter, after Teigen had her email about the president, which was pejorative, that the White House called Twitter to try to take down the content. You aware of that, Mr. Tebbe?
Yeah, I've certainly heard that in the news. Yes.
But did you...
Why can this guy not say names properly? He said Taibbi wrong in like 3 different ways. He said TB, TV, and Taibbi. Just saying. Seems like you'd figure that out at a certain point. Didn't do any homework before this event. It's like the crazy black lady at the beginning being like, are you hiding anything from me? Is there anything that any documents I haven't seen? I mean, I'm pretty sure you've seen everything we've seen. It's public. I mean, we're here to talk about the Twitter files. I assume you would have looked at the Twitter files. Oh, well, how could you expect that? Did you email them to me? Okay. No one emailed them to me, but they're publicly available, and one would think that if you were coming to a hearing about the Twitter files, yeah, sure. Sure. I've never even been that ill prepared for a job interview when I didn't even... a job interview I didn't even want. When someone's like, hey, go talk to this person. I don't even really want this. I've been more prepared for that than this person was to come to this hearing, apparently. But, whatever. It's just our government.
Did you see that email exchange?
No, I have not seen an exchange from the Trump White House.
So
I have seen one from Congressman Schiff and one from Senator Angus King.
Yeah, nice try. We're talking about the Trump White House and people under oath confirming it. And my question is, in the Twitter files, did Elon Musk or Twitter provide you with that exchange with Chrissy Teigen?
No, but that's probably because the searches that I was making.
Well, probably because it didn't confirm the bias that this is all about, as the gentleman from Texas would say, the left attempting to control content, when in fact the evidence is
Bruh. You don't get to be out here acting like, as he says, the left. Oh, man. You don't get to act as if this is somehow some kind of derogatory or unfair statement. When this is the lady sitting behind you. My brother in Christ, you need to take a look in the mirror. As my colleague called it, the left. I would just like to be made aware of anyone who's not the left who is doing this anymore. It's come on, man. Come on. This is not working for you. As he calls us, the left. Gosh, I wonder why he would say that. That's just, I mean, totally bizarre. Why would he say that? And of course, further enhance. This is what your super chats go to, by the way, is for me to be able to do these high-tech enhancements live on air. She's wearing a mask. And I don't know if this is hers, but it's sitting in front of her, the Mickey Mouse cup. And if there is anything more leftist or gay on the face of the planet right now than Mickey Mouse, I don't know what it is. Which is a bummer. Because as most Americans, I grew up with Disney, love Disney. But I'm not sure of anything that is more pro-left and pro-groomer than Mickey Mouse at this point. But sure. Mr. Penguin, please continue.
the Trump White House most certainly attempted to control content on Twitter. Mr. Schellenberger, were you aware of that, or is this all news to you?
I already answered that question.
No, I mean specifically the Teigen exchange.
Yeah, the Teigen exchange was news to me.
I'm probably mispronouncing her name. I'm sorry. So let me ask: have you combed the so-called Twitter files to look at other examples that aren't about the Biden White House or the FBI that might in fact involve people from the right ideologically or from the Republican ranks? Just to be fair.
Well, again, Mr. Congressman, I mentioned before, we're focused not on the Biden administration or the Trump administration. In fact, just this morning, we released an exchange where Twitter talked about vetting the accounts of both Mr. Biden and Mr. Trump. And really, we were looking at the intelligence agencies when we were doing this research. And as I mentioned before, their conclusions targeted people on both the left and the right globally, again, including the Yellow Vest movement in France, the pro-Maduro accounts in South America, and leftist news organizations in America like Truth Out and Consortium. Some of those people are my friends, actually. And we found those in intelligence lists that were passed on to Twitter, just as we found lists that included ordinary Trump supporters.
Thank you. Reclaiming my time, I appreciate that, because in some ways what you just said undermines the premise of this select committee, which is that the federal government has been organized to
Dude, wake the fuck up, old man. Holy shit. Get your head out of your ass for 5 seconds, please, for the love of God. The whole point of this, that Taibbi, Schellenberg, and everyone else who's apparently to your right has been talking about since the beginning of this is government control and censorship of information. And saying that, look, this isn't a left and right issue because these reporters are left-wing. They are Democrats. We are right-wing. And we both see the same problem. We both see that the government is involved in censorship. We see it right here. It's right in front of our faces. It's admitted in thousands and thousands of documents. And this guy goes, well, doesn't that undermine the entire purpose of this thing? Because there were right-wing people also involved? No shit. How are you not getting this? Mr. Walrus over here. I mean, Jesus. What an absolute moron.
Weaponize against conservative voices. And, of course, what you've just indicated in your testimony is, well, actually, that's not the evidence you found.
No, I think this committee, my understanding is that they're concerned about the weaponization of the government against free speech, which is certainly what we're finding.
I thank you. My time has expired, but I appreciate your understanding of our committee. I have a different understanding. I yield back.
Well, you got the wrong understanding.
Yeah, what an absolute moron. Every single one of these people who's been antagonistic to these two reporters, that's how they've acted. Whenever they start disagreeing with them, no, stop, stop, no, that's not,
Understanding. Last week in the full Judiciary Committee hearing, I introduced into the record a story of a left-wing journalist who said that talked about the FBI putting a paid informant, a felon, in the Black Lives Matter movement in Denver. I want to focus on the First Amendment, just like protecting the First Amendment, just like these guys
Point
do.
of order, Mr. Chair. Are you going to respond after every?
No, I'm
everything?
taking my 5 minutes.
This is
I
your.
can take
Oh,
my
you're,
5
oh,
minutes.
it's your 5 minutes now.
I can take my 5 minutes when I want to, and I'm taking my 5 minutes.
Okay,
now.
great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I would ask for an additional few seconds for being interrupted by the ranking member. But the truth is, we want to focus on protecting the First Amendment. Mr. Schellenberger, are you a Republican?
No, I'm not.
You got any pro-Trump bumper stickers on your car?
I voted for Biden.
Voted for Biden. You know how many MAGA hats laying around your house, right?
I do not.
Yeah, but you said earlier, both you and Mr. Taibbi said this is the most chilling thing you have ever seen as journalists. Mr. Taibbi, the same thing. You're not a Republican either, right?
No, I'm not.
You didn't vote for Trump. I mean, this is about protecting the First Amendment. Mr. Taibbi, I want to read from your Twitter file number 9. You say this: after weeks of Twitter files, the Bureau issued a statement Wednesday, referring to the FBI. Here's what the FBI said: it is unfortunate that conspiracy theorists and others are feeding the American public misinformation with the sole purpose of attempting to discredit the agency. You then follow up, and this is why I think you're an award-winning author, you then follow up, they must think we're unambitious if our sole aim is to discredit the FBI. After all, a whole range of government agencies discredit themselves in the Twitter files. And then you go on to, in this particular...
Fucking based. Absolutely. I don't have to, I'm not giving this credit to Jordan. He's reading a quote. Absolutely. This is how you know The government shills, the people who would bend over backwards to do anything the government told them to do are the ones arguing with this right now. It's the people who are listening to Republicans and Democrats, right and left, both agreeing this is a gross overreach of federal power. The federal government and the federal intelligence agencies should never have done anything like this ever. I don't really understand how you can be left-leaning after a certain point and still think that, because I'm just not a fan of Stalin and Marx, but sure. If you agree with me and you're just a regular American Democrat, I'm glad we're on the same page here. This is something we can agree on. This is authoritarian. This is evil. This is what other governments do. We're not supposed to be like this, which again goes to my point that it's over. I mean, but the fact that we're even having this conversation, this has already been happening. It's been happening for well over a decade. I'd argue it goes back to pre-1920, but here we are. If you don't seem to understand that what we're talking about is something more fundamental than Republican or Democrat, we're talking about the First Amendment, we're talking about freedom of speech, we're talking about liberty, we're talking about the right of the people. If you don't get that, remember when they used to just say, well, let's step outside, old boy. Let's step outside. What you just said, that entire interaction you just did, that's treasonous. Let's step outside. Wait. One shot. Take 10 paces. Let's go. And now we're supposed to listen to this freaking ass clown over here as if anything he just said was legitimate. And the same thing with Wasserman Schultz. We're supposed to we're supposed to give these people the time of day. I mean, what in the hell? This is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. I mean, this is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Get out of here. Get out of here. You are crazy. You are crazy. You're making it seem as if you're trying to talk as if you're the one who's trying to make it not partisan. Because, well, did you ever even say anything about right wing? Well, first of all, everybody, all media rags on the right wing. But yes, we have talked about that. Doesn't that discredit the entire thing that you're talking about? But no. Because what we're talking about is the First Amendment and the rights of the people and how it's illegal for the federal government to do this. Yeah, this is my time. Stop answering. Stop answering the question. Fuck off, you authoritarian piece of shit. God.
I voted for Biden.
Voted for Biden. You know how many MAGA hats laying around your house, right?
I do not.
Yeah, but you said earlier, both you and Mr. Taibbi said this is the most chilling thing you have ever seen as journalists. Mr. Taibbi, the same thing. You're not a Republican either, right?
No, I'm not.
You didn't vote for, I mean, like, this is about protecting the First Amendment. Mr. Taibbi, I want to read from your Twitter file number 9. You say this: after weeks of Twitter files, the Bureau issued a statement Wednesday, referring to the FBI. Here's what the FBI said: it is unfortunate that conspiracy theorists and others are feeding the American public misinformation with the sole purpose of attempting to discredit the agency. You then follow up, and this is why I think you're an award-winning author, you then follow up, they must think we're unambitious if our sole aim is to discredit the FBI. After all, a whole range of government agencies discredit themselves in the Twitter files. And then you go on to, in this particular Twitter file, to talk about what Mr. Bishop was just talking about, the GEC at the State Department. You talk about the CIA. You talk about the DOD. You talk about the FBI. You talk about the DHS. You talk about the Foreign Intelligence Task Force, which is a combination of all these. But there was one agency you didn't mention.
Take them all down.
Because you didn't know at the time. One agency, you had almost the whole alphabet, but you didn't mention one agency, the FTC. Because you know about him now.
Yes, we
You know about him now in an up close and personal way. You didn't know then, but you do know now. December 2nd, as I said earlier, December 2nd, the first Twitter file comes out, Mr. Taibbi. And I think there are 5 others, including the ones from Mr. Schellenberger. December 13th, the very first letter that the FTC sends to Twitter after the Twitter files, 11 days after the first Twitter file. There have been 5 of them come out. The FTC's first demand in that first letter after the Twitter files come out is identify all journalists, I'm quoting, identify all journalists and other members of the media to whom Twitter worked with. You find that scary, Mr. Taibbi, that you got a federal government agency asking a private company, who in the press are you talking with?
Yeah, I do find it scary. I think it's none of the government's business which journalists a private company talks to and why. I think every journalist should be concerned about that, and the absence of interest in that issue by my fellow colleagues in the mainstream media is an indication of how low the business has sunk. There was once a real esprit de corps and camaraderie within media. Whenever one of us was gone after, we all kind of rose to the challenge and supported.
Used to be.
Yeah.
Used to be the case.
That is gone now. We don't protect one another.
You know what else used to happen? Democrats used to care about protecting First Amendment free speech rights too. Now it's like, okay, if you're attacking, and I said this on the House floor, I said, don't think they won't come for you. Oh, the big tech, big media, cancel culture, they may come for Republicans and conservatives now, but the mob is never satisfied. They will keep coming. Mr. Schellenberger, you know who the chair of the FTC is?
Not personally.
Lena Khan.
All right, you guys, we're going to keep going for a little bit longer. I'm not going to finish this thing because got way off track with the biker mice from Mars and the ramblings, but I didn't expect to get through the whole thing. This whole stream is almost 3 hours long, so I wasn't expecting to get through the whole thing. But just a reminder, if you can, super chats are always appreciated because that's what we're here for. You think I have fun doing this? Absolutely not. No, it's a good time, but I just want to remind you, if you're not in the Discord, join the Discord. If you haven't sent a super chat, send a super chat and see what song you get. We've been going for about 3 hours. I've got 1 beer left. So we'll hang for maybe another 30 minutes. Get through a little bit more of this. Unless we decide to watch the whole Biker Mice from Mars. Unless we decide to do that. Which I would say I would argue we should do, but that sounds more like a Discord thing than a YouTube stream thing. Oh, Majin, thank you, brother. Why is the notification worked for the last super chat, but this one? Oh, there it goes. There it goes. And that one took a minute. Let's hit it. And I'm gonna pray. Gonna pray. It's one of the Alex Jones folk songs. So let's see what the super chat jukebox has for you.
The media is so dishonest and so corrupt, and the pile-on is so amazing. The whole thing is one big fix. One big fix.
Okay, it wasn't the Alex Jones. Wasn't that the Alex Jones folk song? But you can't go wrong with emo Trump. Is that 2 emo Trumps tonight? I think that was the last one that from the PRD super chat. I think that wasn't that emo Trump as well. The jukebox is in a mood tonight. That's for sure. But yeah, it certainly is relevant. That is for sure.
Lena Khan, you know who she used to work for?
My understanding is the Judiciary Committee?
Yeah, she's worked for these folks. These same folks have been attacking you today. Same folks. Chair of the FTC, worked for them. Here's what they said. Here's what she said in a letter where they ask about who these journalists, again, they named four journalists by name. You were two of the four. As I said before, I think it's frankly courageous and brave of you to show up today when you know the federal government's got an eye on you personally. Here's what they asked for in that letter. Any credentialing or background check Twitter has done on journalists. Now think about that. The federal government is saying, we want you to do a background check on members of the press. Freedom of the press mentioned in the First Amendment, and they're doing they want Twitter to do a background check on you before they can talk to you in America? The FTC, led by Lena Khan, who used to work for these guys, is asking that question. Now we know. Now we all know why. You guys said at the outset, this is the most chilling story. And you guys are New York Times bestsellers, award-winning journalists. But in all your time in the journalism field, this issue, most important. And how this, I think, what'd you call it, Mr. Schellenberg, this complex, what'd you call it, the
censorship industrial complex.
Totally, this web of censorship, big government, big tech, NGOs, all this web of censorship that Mr. Bishop was getting into in his line of questioning. That's what this committee is going to get to. And that's not right or left. That's not, this is just right or wrong. This is wrong. We know it's wrong, and it's about protecting the First Amendment. I yield back. I now recognize the ranking member for her 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Taibbi, the emails and documents you've produced all date to around 2020. Is that correct?
No, there's a significant portion of them from 2017 and 2018 as well.
Thank you. And Mr. Schellenberger, what dates do you have?
I believe that we had emails including 2022, 2021, 2020.
That's also true.
2019.
And Mr. Taibbi said 2018. Do you have 2018 as well?
I can't remember.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Taibbi, how many employees did Twitter employ in approximately the time period of 2020, 2021? Do you know?
I don't.
Okay, it was 7,500. Do you know how many were in its legal team during that time period?
I don't. I'm sorry.
And do you know how many were in its public policy team?
I don't.
Mr. Schellenberger, do you know how many were employed in content moderation during that time?
I do not know.
Okay. So we're looking at thousands of employees overall and hundreds in offices where the focus of emails and documents.
Totally unneeded, by the way. What a ridiculous amount of employees they had. Not required. Do not need that many employees. They don't. Sorry, they don't.
You released. I will ask you, Mr. Schellenberger, how many emails did Mr. Musk give you access to?
I mean, we went through thousands of emails.
Did he give you access to all of the emails for the time period in which?
Yeah, I never had a single request denied. And not only that, but the amount of files that we were given were so voluminous that there was no way that anybody could have gone through them beforehand. And we never found an instance where there was any evidence that anything had been taken out.
Okay, so you would believe that you have probably millions of emails and documents, right? That's correct, would you say?
I don't, millions.
No, I think the number's less
too high.
Okay,
yeah, millions.
100,000?
I mean, do you not know what millions even means, lady? Damn. Thousands for sure, but millions?
Probably closer.
Yeah.
Probably close to 100,000 that both of you are saying. Yet in the Twitter files, Mr. Taibbi, you've produced only 338 of those 100,000.
Well, no, that's the problem. It's we're dealing with the incestuous relationship between big tech and the federal government, right? So this wouldn't fall under any FOIA requests because Twitter's a private company, right? They can do whatever they want. This is I mean, that's the whole problem, and that's what these people don't seem to understand is. But they keep talking about, well, the Twitter employee said that the gay Jewish man who wanted to have sex with children said that it was totally fine, and he didn't think it was intrusive, so it's not a big deal. totally irrelevant. Totally irrelevant. The federal government cannot be engaging in censorship and telling a private company what it can and can't publish when it has hundreds of millions of people in the United States alone. Yes, let alone the worldwide. The federal government cannot be telling them what to take down. They can't be censoring that. It is illegal. I don't care that a man who wrote an article about how, or a paper in some college thing about how you underage boys should be able to have sex with men on Grindr. I don't care what that guy says about anything, but I also don't care about what he has to say about whether or not he felt pressured by the federal government that he agreed with. It doesn't matter if he agreed with it. And he probably should be hung, but that's a side issue. That's a different thing.
1,000 emails, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And then who gave you access to these emails? Who was the
people at Twitter.
individual that gave you permission to access the emails?
Well, the attribution from my story is sources at Twitter, and that's what I'm going to refer to.
Okay. Did Mr. Musk contact you, Mr. Taibbi?
Again, the attribution from my story is sources at Twitter.
Mr. Schellenberger, did Mr. Musk contact you?
Actually, no. I was brought in by my friend Barry Weiss, and so this story, there's been a lot of misinformation.
So Mr. Weiss
or
brought you in.
disinformation about
Mr.
that.
Taibbi, Ms. Weiss, thank you. Mr. Taibbi, have you had conversations with Elon Musk?
I have.
Okay. And Mr. Taibbi, did Mr. Musk place any conditions on the use of the
Would the gentlelady yield for a second?
as long as my time is not used.
Are you trying to get journalists?
No,
to
I'm not
expose
trying to
their
get.
sources?
No, I'm not.
Well,
I
it
am
sure sounds
asking.
like it.
No, well, if you will.
She absolutely is trying to get journalists to expose their sources. But no, I don't think that I mean, would it? I mean, I don't think that a FOIA request would cover that. I mean, I guess if the personal data was blacked out, you know, of the Twitter employees, which then just begs the question that before the Twitter files, how could you have even requested that information? I mean, clearly this is all meant to be off the books from the feds. I mean, obviously this is meant to be something that no one was supposed to know about. I mean, how could you request if you didn't even know what you were looking for? I guess maybe now you could to confirm the Twitter files, maybe, because it's publicly available information now about the recipients of the communications from the federal government. I'm not sure. What I would expect is if you tried to request this information, it would probably just end up in a runaround, and how most of this stuff goes, where they never really fully finish processing your request, and it just never quite goes anywhere. And they say, "Oh no, we're not denying the request. I mean, we wouldn't do that. That would be illegal. We have the information right here." But it's going to take some time. And basically what they're telling you is we're going to keep transferring these documents around, and maybe if you're lucky, you could get this information by 2040 when it's no longer really politically relevant. Because they do that stuff all the time. We know they do that. I don't know. That'd be interesting to look into and see if you can get this information. I don't know.
Let me finish. You had conversations with him. You said you weren't going to agree to who your sources were. I'm not asking you your source. I'm asking you if you had conversations with the owner of Twitter. And did Mr. Musk place any conditions on your use of the emails or documents?
No, in fact, I was told explicitly that we were given license to look at present-day Twitter as well as past Twitter.
So you had unfiltered access to Twitter's internal communications and systems?
Yes.
Would those include HR files?
No. We did not have access to personal information of any kind. In fact, we signed a waiver foregoing.
Have you produced that waiver to the members of anyone on this committee or any staff?
I'd be happy to produce it. I haven't, but I'd be happy.
Have you given all of the access to what you were given by your source to this committee?
No, and I would never do that.
Okay. I didn't ask if you were given the committee, the individuals, but all of the files? No, you have not?
Hang on, one more time, ma'am. One more time.
Access to personal information of any kind. In fact, we signed a waiver foregoing.
Have you produced that waiver to the members of anyone on this committee or any staff?
I'd be happy to produce it. I haven't, but I'd be happy.
Have you given all of the access to what you were given by your source to this committee?
No, and I would never do that.
Okay. I didn't ask if you were given the committee, the individuals, but all of the files? No, you have not?
No.
So what we're getting is your...
Is it just me, or was that incoherent?
The access to what you were given by your source to this committee?
No, and I would never do that.
Okay.
So she said, have you given everything that you were given access to, by your source to this committee? And he says, no, I wouldn't do that. And then she says, hang on, let's see.
I didn't ask if you were given the committee, the individuals, but all of the files? No, you have not?
That is an absolutely incoherent statement. So she asked, have you given us the files? Have you given anyone on this committee? And by the way, look at that guy. He's still behind her making that same face. That same damn face that I showed earlier. I mean, who is this guy? He needs to get his ass kicked. I don't know who he is, but he needs to get his ass kicked. So she says, have you given full access to anything, all the stuff you've received from your source to this committee? He says, no, and I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't give you that because, that would be ridiculous to do so. Everything? No, absolutely not. When she says...
No.
Committee to this committee? And all of access to what you were given by your source to this committee?
No, and I would never do that.
Of course not.
Okay.
I wouldn't do that.
I didn't ask if you were given the committee, the individuals, but all of the files? No, you have not?
I wasn't asking if you'd given to the committee, to the individuals, but the files, no, you have not? I feel like I'm having a stroke. What is she asking? So she's saying, give us access. So, have you given anybody access? Have you given the committee access to all the files? And he says, no, and I wouldn't. And she says, I'm not asking you to give access to the committee, but you didn't give access. What? Am I having a stroke? What is happening? All I know is she's a strong black woman in a leadership role. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what diversity, equity, and inclusion is all about. So please, continue, my black goddess.
Of anyone on this committee or any staff?
I'd be happy to produce it. I haven't, but I'd be happy.
Have you given all of the access to what you were given by your source to this committee?
No, and I would never do that.
Okay. I didn't ask if you were given the committee, the individuals, but all of the files? No, you have not?
No.
So what we're getting is your dissemination, your decision as to what was important and not important in that, correct?
Which is true in every...
You say, which otherwise is, in other circumstances, called... And stay with me here. Stay with me here. It's called being a journalist. This is crazy. This is totally crazy. Since the inception of journalism, no journalist until the internet actually ever released 100% of everything they were ever given by anyone ever. It's crazy. It's totally crazy. But no, it actually wasn't until people like Project Veritas came out and they released the things that were cherry-picked. You decided deceptively edited content from the far right. Until that happened. And then James O'Keefe went, oopsie, here's the whole video. So much for your deceptively edited concept. Here is now the entire, 4.5 hours. But until the internet, that's not a thing that ever happened. I can't believe there's people who listen to this and go, oh my gosh, girl boss, black queen, slay, so great, destroy this. Just kill me.
Every news story.
In every story. But you have files that you say you are sharing, but those files are just a smaller period of the files. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, thank you. And the FTC investigation of Twitter, you knew that they were investigating Twitter before the time period that Mr. Musk came on?
I was aware of it, yes.
And the FTC was concerned with user data being hacked or used? Is that correct, that they didn't have enough checks and balances on that data?
Well, I wasn't privy to that part.
Have you seen the consent decree?
No, I have not.
Okay, well, the consent decree is concerned with user data, which would be probably the reason that they were concerned if they're...
At the risk of sounding racist, I have to double check something. Let's try this again.
That they didn't have enough checks and balances on that data?
Well, I wasn't privy to that part.
Have you seen the consent decree?
No, I have not.
Okay, well, the consent decree is concerned with user data, which would be probably the reason that they were...
All right, I didn't go back far enough. That was part of it. I gotta check that she actually said this, or else at the risk of sounding right. Here we go.
Is your dissemination, your decision as to what was important and not important in that, correct?
Which is true in every news story.
In every story. But you have files that you say you are sharing, but those files are just a smaller period of the files. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, thank you. And the FTC investigation of Twitter, you knew that they were investigating Twitter before the time period that Mr. Musk came on?
I was aware of it, yes.
And the FTC was concerned with user data being hacked or used? Is that correct, that they didn't have enough checks and balances on that data?
Well, I wasn't privy to that part.
Have you seen the consent decree?
No, I have not.
Okay, well, the consent decree is concerned with user data, which would be probably the...
My live swamp analysis. I'm only gonna say this 3 times. As she did. User. Oh. She's concerned with user data. She did that on purpose. Come on. She did that on purpose to entrap me and others like me. User. You got it, sister. She did that on purpose. Come on. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Reason that they were concerned if they're giving files to journalists that potentially data about users as well as data about individuals and employees would be given to them.
My understanding
So
is
I
that
didn't
they
ask
didn't
a
ask-
question. I didn't ask you a question, sir. Okay? So
What
do
a
you know
bitch.
that Elon Musk paid $44 billion for Twitter? Is that correct, Mrs. Schellenberger? Were you aware of that?
Yes, I read that.
And did you know that he received that part of the funding from Saudi Arabia as well as Qatar?
I heard that.
And did you know that one of those individuals who owns Binance was the company Binance, while he has Canadian citizenship, he is a Chinese national? Were you aware of that?
I did not know that.
Oh man, imagine for a second. Democrats pretending to give a flying fuck about Chinese or Saudi influence on the First Amendment rights in tech. Damn, girl, you ratchet.
Okay, and that he stated that that was for the cause. But thank you very much for answering my questions. I yield back.
Chair now recognize the gentlelady from Wyoming for 5 minutes. With the gentlelady yield for 20 seconds.
Yes.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I just think this is interesting. First, the FTC is asking for your backgrounds, and now the ranking member of the Committee on the Weaponization of Government is asking for your sources. If
I
that
never
doesn't
asked them
raise-
for their sources.
Yes, you
I
did,
did
and
not
we-
ask for sources.
You know what?
Girl,
I
you
asked if they were talking to
directly
Elon
asked for the
Musk.
sources. We're all going to keep talking and yelling at each other like this is some kind of late night stream. Ah! You directly asked for the sources. What are you talking about? When did you talk to Elon Musk? Was it Elon Musk? Who gave you the data? Here, let's continue it going. Ready?
They said that
No,
they
it
were
was-
not
it-
talking.
it was-
Well,
you asked the
are not
question.
going to say
You asked the
I'll yield
question.
back for
You asked the question.
Science, including artificial intelligence, the other intelligence agency.
Sorry, I skipped ahead in my excitement. What a fucking clown show, dude. All right, skip back. I went backwards. Damn.
Not ask for sources. I asked if they were
gentlelady's not-
talking to
Yeah,
Elon Musk.
loud
And
noises.
They said that they were not
Why
talking.
are we
Well,
yelling?
you are not going to say
I would
I've
yield back.
asked for
I would
sources.
yield back to the
Thank
gentlelady.
you.
I thank her for yielding.
With respect, you asked me who gave me who gave me.
I
the
asked you who
files.
gave it to you, and once you said they were your sources, I then asked you if you had spoken with Elon Musk.
I did not ask you your sources. You asked me who gave it to me. Yes, I did, and then I asked you if it was Elon Musk. Damn, girl. That's asking for sources. You just said it.
I did not ask you who those sources were.
The
For
gentlelady
the
from
record.
Wyoming
Keep the
is
record correct.
recognized, and she will receive an additional 20 seconds. The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today and all of your important work that you have put into writing the Twitter files. Thank you for your willingness to come here and be subjected to the kind of abuse that we've observed when all you're trying to do is talk about the importance of the First Amendment and why the federal government should not be doing what they did and what has been evidenced in the Twitter files. I often say that sunshine is the best disinfectant, and boy, after listening to you and reading the reports that I have, does
I gotta say, I have no respect for anyone in any context who uses a cliche and says, as I always say. Oh, really? You say that? Wow. Did you come up with that yourself? As I always say. Come on, the only respectful way that you can use a cliche is you recognize it before you say it. You go, as the saying goes, or, you know, not to reuse a cliche, but, or, you know, you can't say as I always say. As I always say, and this is, you know, particularly interesting because as I always say, most of the time the sky is blue. And that's something that I am known for saying because I say it. This lady also has crazy eyes, but we'll see how this goes. And no, I missed the head bob. At which part? Which part? The white guy? Which one? Oh, the Zoolander guy? Was it the Zoolander guy that did it?
Said that they were not talking. Well, you are not going to say
I would
I've
yield back
asked
to,
for sources.
I would yield back to the
Thank
gentlelady.
you.
I think.
Dude, this freaking guy. God, look at his face, man. God, if anyone needs their ass kicked on the face of the planet, he maintains that face the whole time. Is that who you're talking about? Yeah. That guy, the Zoolander look. Man, God, he hasn't even spoken, and he's the most annoying person here.
These would be given to them.
My understanding
so
is
I
that
didn't
they
ask.
Government is asking for your sources. If
I
that
never
doesn't
asked them
raise-
for their sources.
Yes, you
I did not
We-
ask for sources.
You know what?
I asked
The
if they were
gentlelady is not-
talking
the
to
gentlelady
Elon
is
Musk,
not
and they
recognized.
said that they were not talking. Well, you are not going to say
I would
I've
yield back
asked
to.
for sources.
Oh,
yield
look
back
at
to the
him.
gentlelady.
Oh, he does like the head bobble thing.
Hey, I thank her for yielding.
With respect, you asked me who gave me who gave me.
I
the
asked you who
files.
gave it to you, and once you said they were your sources, I then asked you if you had spoken
Look
with
at that
Elon
guy.
Musk. I did not ask you who those sources were.
The gentlelady
For the
from
record. Keep the
Wyoming is
record correct.
recognized.
Oh,
and she will
what a
receive an additional
terrible
20
human being that
seconds.
guy is.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes of question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today and all of your important work that you have put into writing the Twitter files. Thank you for your willingness to come here and be subjected to the kind of abuse that we've observed when all you're trying to do is talk about the importance of the First Amendment and why the federal government should not be doing what they did and what has been evidenced in the Twitter files. I often say that sunshine is the best disinfectant, and boy, after listening to you and reading the reports that I have, does our federal government need to be fumigated. Mr. Taibbi, I'd like to focus on Twitter files.
Man, little did I know that her saying, as I often say, sunlight's the best disinfectant. Little did I know that that was going to be the least annoying thing. And the very next sentence was going to be the most annoying thing I've ever heard. And boy, does our government need to be fumigated. Oh, I can't stand this crap. Stop it. Stop. Fuck, this isn't a tweet. This is a government hearing. Stop it. God, I hate this crap. Sunshine is the best disinfectant, and boy, does our government need to be fumigated. Fuck off. God, what is wrong with these people? I mean, across the board, these people... I told you, it's over. The good old days are gone. This is disgusting. Oh... If you were actually here and you're about to, you write down what you're going to say, damn. You need to look at it and have somebody else proofread it for you and say, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to remove 85% of what you said because it's all empty platitudes and bullshit. And like I said, that even goes for people that I agree with. I agree with their general sentiments. Man. Dude, that has got to be one of the most painful... Yeah, total high school debate cringe. As I often say, sunlight is the best disinfectant, and boy, does our government need fumigation. What is this, a fucking... Is this the Lifetime channel trying to make a Western? What is this crap? Jeez.
Part 9, Twitter and other government agencies, as I think a lot of the evidence you present in this section touches on the major takeaways that are so important for Americans to understand about the seriousness of what was found in the Twitter files. In your testimony describing the cooperation between the federal government and tech companies like Twitter, you stated, quote, "A focus of this growing network is making lists of people whose opinions, beliefs, associations, or sympathies are deemed to be misinformation, disinformation, or malinformation," end quote. What's interesting to me is that what is missing from that list is the word unlawful.
That's true, yes.
And so it notably seems to be missing from the FBI's lexicon. In Part 9 of the Twitter files, Mr. Taibbi notes that the main conduit sending requests to Twitter would routinely label these flags as violations of Twitter's terms of service. Even Jim Baker, a Twitter employee at the time and someone who is allegedly a former general counsel of the FBI, stated, quote, "but also odd that they are searching for violations of our policies." Mr. Taibbi, what was the approximate percentage of the FBI requests to Twitter being based on the justification that the tweet violated the company's terms of service?
Ms. Congressman, I would say that was a standard disclosure or a standard disclaimer in almost all the communications from the FBI to Twitter. There would usually be a line in there saying something like, "For your consideration, we believe the following 207 accounts may have violated your terms of service." But notably, they very rarely focused on words like truth or inaccuracy. Very often, they use the words malinformation, misinformation, or disinformation. And so I think they're trying to shift the focus from one idea to the other.
Okay, I think that's interesting as well. What do you mean?
Well, they use different words for this because it's the same thing that everyone from Ayn Rand to George Orwell to, I mean, take your pick of people who wrote about dystopian hellscapes. That is government for you. I mean, that is absolutely 100% government. I mean, the bureaucracy is... This woman is driving me insane with the way that she speaks. But she's right. Is what she's saying is right. I just wish she would say it better. Be more efficient in her speech. But, you know, she was saying that they never say that it's unlawful, that it's illegal. I mean, yeah, that is important. That's what we're talking about here, right? Who gives a shit if you think it's disinformation, misinformation, malinformation? I've never even heard of malinformation until this hearing, but dude, that is government bureaucracy nonsense. Absolutely 100%. That's something that the Disinformation Governance Board was supposed to take over. But they were shocked, absolutely shocked, that the public reacted negatively to the Disinformation Governance Board. And if you don't remember, that's not the one from 1984. That is actually what the Biden administration was they actually created it. And then they dismantled it like 4 days later. No, but yeah, that's my point, right? Unlawful, illegal. They got all... We're on the same page for sure. These are all government semantics of just... God, it's everything that Schultz and what the other guy's name was, and the guy looked like the walrus. That's what they did. Oh, you only have 5 minutes to speak? Let me spew a ridiculous amount of talking point not nonsense words. And then when you try to answer, I say, it's my time. It's my time. I just don't understand why any of these people, from left or right, aren't they here to ask questions? I mean, aren't they here to try to get the root of something? It seems like even the people that I agree with, like the people that I actually think are making good points, they're still full of shit windbags. You have 5 minutes. You spend the first 2.5 minutes of that with some nonsensical, pompous bullshit. As I like to say, sunshine is the best disinfectant. I am so glad that you took the time to say that, because it's now on record. It's finally written down. It's finally said. Someone finally said it, and I'm glad it was you, because no one's heard this before. This is I'm glad that you took the first 40 seconds of what you had to say that I'm sorry you've been attacked here, because I think that what you're doing is good. And sunlight is the best disinfectant, which means that our government needs to be fumigated. Get the fuck out of here. This isn't a commercial. This is like a terrible billboard you see about, it's like an exterminator or a mold, remover. I mean, like, I'm not driving down the highway and seeing the have rats, time to call in the exterminator. I said, there's a few people that I agree with, but man, they should not be in power. They should, at best, they're the people that I should invite over occasionally for ribs. Occasionally. Once every few months. At best. All right. Gonna call it here in a little bit. Let's try to see if we can get through Miss Hagman. God, I hate that. I feel like I agree with her opinions, but man, she is insufferable. Oh. Make sure you like the video. Make sure you're subscribed. Join the Discord. Send a super chat for the super chat jukebox. Miss Hag, take it away.
Make of the finding that the FBI found it its responsibility to police violation of a private company's terms of service as a priority over policing violations of U.S. federal law.
There were a couple of very telling emails that we published. One was by a lawyer named Sasha Cardile, where the company was being so overwhelmed by requests from the FBI, and in fact, they gave each other a sort of digital high five after one batch, saying that was a monumental undertaking to clear all of these. But she noted that she believed that the FBI was essentially doing word searches keyed to Twitter's terms of service, looking for violations of terms of service, specifically so that they could make recommendations along those lines, which we found interesting.
Do you believe it's the FBI's responsibility to police the terms of service for a private company?
I do not. I think you cannot have a state-sponsored anti-disinformation effort and also without directly striking at the whole concept of free speech. I think the two ideas are in direct conflict, and this is a fundamental misunderstanding. I think of a lot of the people who get into this world, some of them, I believe, in a well-meaning way. I think they're actually trying to accomplish something positive, but they don't understand what free speech means and what happens when you do this. It undermines the whole concept that truth doesn't come from, isn't mandated, that we arrive at it through debate and discussion.
Well, in fact, wouldn't you agree with me that the First
It's very interesting to me that this is this is controversial, and it's telling that this is now considered a right-wing point of view. It wasn't that long ago that it was the supposed liberal Democrats who were arguing exactly what he's saying. Exactly. Which is why I say, well, I 100% agree with you on this. Absolutely. Before we can even begin to debate amongst ourselves, which should be the only debate, we should be having discussions amongst ourselves, we have to make sure that the federal government, the monarchy, the oligarchs, the technocracy, whatever isn't on top of us. First things first, you guys. And I don't care what you have to say. I'd much rather us be able to discuss it and debate it. If I'm not even allowed to talk, then you should have a problem with that too. You should also be like, whoa. This is the United States. That's what we have. One of the many things, but one of the most important things that separates us from all other nations. Swamp's allowed to talk, all right? Let that bastard ramble on. I mean, the fact that we've gotten to this point where even suggesting that you shouldn't be restricted by the government in your speech is a right-wing talking point? Damn. No, Taibbi is absolutely right. Let's discuss our differences after we remove the threat that's attacking both of us. Not this stupid shit about, it's attacking someone I disagree with, so that's totally fine. No, we don't do that. We don't do that here. I'm confident in my ideas, and I'm confident that if we have a discussion, we could probably come to some agreement. But if the federal government's involved and politicians are involved, we won't come to an agreement because they're going to be either trying to convince me or you that we shouldn't listen to each other. That we just shouldn't even listen. I 100% think that a lot of things from the left are absolutely 100% unequivocally evil. That doesn't mean that all leftists are evil. Or, like I said earlier, I guess I shouldn't say leftists. Democrat, American Democrats. Doesn't mean an American Democrat is evil. But the one thing we should all be able to agree on is... But the federal government shouldn't be working with big tech to silence any opinions. Shouldn't be happening. It's completely un-American. And actually, anyone who is doing it should either end up in prison for the rest of their lives or potentially have some harsher punishment put on them for treason. I'm using treason as just a blanket statement. What's the better word for it? I mean, like, at the very least, you should be able to be put into some federal penitentiary for some time. How about that? Not the people who disagree. These people who are in power, the federal government, the employees, the politicians, these people need to be held accountable. Because they're not just anti-right wing. They're anti-anything that is an establishment. What were we talking about?
Information that the
I rewound again.
You to access the emails.
Well, the attribute that they could make recommendations along those lines, which we found interesting.
Do you believe it's the FBI's responsibility to police the terms of service for a private company?
I do not. I think you cannot have a state-sponsored anti-disinformation effort and also without directly striking at the whole concept of free speech. I think the two ideas are in direct conflict, and this is a fundamental misunderstanding, I think, of a lot of the people who get into this world. Some of them, I believe, in a well-meaning way. I think they're actually trying to accomplish something positive, but they don't understand what free speech means and what happens when you do this. It undermines the whole concept that truth doesn't come from, isn't mandated, that we arrive at it through debate and discussion.
Well, in fact, wouldn't you agree with me that the First Amendment is broader than Twitter's terms of service?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah.
And wouldn't you also agree with me that the FBI is responsible for complying with the First Amendment, not Twitter's terms of service?
I would hope so, yes. Yeah.
You also highlighted the presence of people like Jim Baker at Twitter. And again, I've noted that he is allegedly a former FBI employee. Part 9 also speaks of a former other government association employees working at Twitter. What was the extent to which you found former FBI or other intelligence community employees working at Twitter? And did you find it all?
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to get through Miss Hagman or Hagman or whatever. I'm gonna try to get through that, and that's what I'm gonna call it. Try my best. We should be at the end. We should be getting to the end of her questioning.
Significant quantity of people who had come from the intelligence world or who had worked at state agencies. In fact, that was a very common method by which members of people who are currently working in government would reach out to Twitter. For instance, we found an email by a current State Department official who reached out to a former State Department official asking that 14 ordinary Americans have their accounts deleted. That was in a recent Twitter Files release. So yes, there's an extraordinary number of these people. A lot of them come from the intelligence world, which we did find unusual, I think.
Okay, thank you very much, and I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. I thank her. The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
All right, I think we're gonna call that there. We got through Mrs. Hagman, whatever her name is. Oh man, I was about to try to pull this up, but it's right there. My top recommended video. I was gonna say, since we have a few different like what I'm gonna start doing on Saturdays is I'm gonna be streaming, but it's gonna be different things. The Over the Legal Limit is kind of it's been retired. It's just become too much of a hassle with the music thing. It's just, unfortunately, YouTube's made it a total pain in the ass. I've been trying for a long time, for almost a year, working on trying to get like licenses and stuff, and they just make it an absolute pain in the ass, man. It just there's no way to do it. They have a new thing that they've rolled out. We'll see how it works. Is the creator music and the they got this licenses thing that they just they're rolling out the beta version of it. We'll see if that. There was some old stuff that just recently got put into shared revenue as opposed to just completely demonetizing the whole video and taking down the stream. So maybe they'll eventually. I mean, it took them already like 8 years to get to the point where they're even trying to figure this out. So maybe 5 years from now, we'll be able to bring back Over the Legal Limit, and I'll actually be able to do it without the stream getting taken down and being able to share revenue with the artists, which would be great. I mean, that'd be awesome. For some reason, they act as if this is like the hardest thing that they've ever had to figure out ever, which it isn't. They could hire people that could do this. No problem. But Saturdays are going to be the living room streams and video game streams, whichever one. No, they have a way that you can set up shared revenue for music, and I've only ever come across one artist, one song that had it up until just now. They've never pushed for it. And the way that all this stuff works, it's usually through CD Baby and other DistroKid and music. And they tell the artists that don't know any better. I've dealt with this for years, long before I started doing YouTube. Artists who don't know any better, they just tell, well, this is just the standard thing, and then we copyright your music on YouTube and blah blah, and they just say yes because they don't know any better. It's a stupid industry thing that YouTube has. YouTube's a huge problem with this because anyone can claim copyright of any song. It happened to PewDiePie years ago on, I can't remember if it was Bitch Lasagna or what it was. That somebody else copyright claimed his thing, like, and started taking revenue from it, and he was dealing with YouTube trying to get them, because he was like, he always said that I'm not going to copyright this on YouTube so anyone can use it and cover it if they ever want to. As a YouTube creator, I don't want to stifle other people from using this. And there was somebody else, some third party, who claimed copyright, and YouTube has no recourse for that. It's just ridiculous, man. It's it makes no sense. It's a total pain in the ass. Yeah, it's like right now YouTube is like the early Napster days, man. It's so stupid. But to close out the second ever living room stream, what we got to do is pay homage to Over the Legal Limit. You know what it is. Let's go.
Try Jesus, don't try me, 'cause I fight. Try Jesus, don't try me, 'cause I throw hands. Jesus talked about getting slapped. When you fuck with me, we're gonna have to scrap. Try Jesus, don't try me, 'cause I fight. I got no problem laying these hands. 2, 3, 4. Try Jesus, don't try me, yes, but I fight.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, you guys. That's me the end of this stream. And since I'm not doing, since Over Legal Limits being has been retired, these streams are gonna stay up. Dealing with all this stupid music crap. I guess it depends on how long you're streaming and how much music you're playing, and then they take them down and stuff. So these ones are gonna stay up. Dude, plenty of those. I just started immediately I just take them off because for a dozen reasons YouTube did not like them. But mostly it was because of the music. A lot of times, sometimes it was because of me, but mostly it was because of the music, and they took them down anyway. But yeah, these streams are going to stay up. I already made a playlist for it on the page from the first living room stream, the Day of Racial Healing stream. But I have added a certain thing on the wall since then. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I have never said anything inappropriate on the Over the Legal Limit streams. Never happened. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. All right. It's been a good time. I'll be on Discord for a little bit. But yeah, that's it. This has been hanging in my living room. Hope you guys had a good time.